YouTube has the added benefit of, because you can, schedule an upcoming and, have things appear before you're actually there. It has this remarkable ability that you don't need a countdown. And so you don't need 5 minutes of dud video that no one looks at. Well, so how we doing? Welcome back. Hello. And all that good stuff. I've just been looking at this production graph here. So we've been chugging away at science for quite some time. Apparently I've been consuming 127,000 science a minute. I think that's just Gleber consuming science, if I was to hazard a guess. It's apparently also been well, the fact that it's been producing and consuming 127,000 tells me that it is in fact just been consuming everything it produces, as is the natural order of things on Gleber. But yeah, interestingly, the purple of all things has actually been doing really well. Blue has been a bit wobbly. So technically, I did. Maybe not lie, but stretch the truth a little bit. Yeah, what's the how do you say lying without lying in the sense that the base is almost done? Because the Cryopacks doesn't actually make the full speed, neither does Fulgora. And I think Vulcanus is still a bit wibbly-wobbly, but Vulcanus isn't in this graph anymore. And with good reason, is that its science is done. And also Prometheum is there at 11. That's actually something that I do want to look at today. Both platforms have been... Oh, you found your way there again. Yeah, so I need to give this thing a good look. You need to stop. This is actually handy because I need to turn that off. I need to figure out what's going on with this logic. This is going to be mind-numbing. I don't know how I'm going to fix it yet. I've also... Yeah, so I've actually had this game being running in the background every evening. I converted one of the old cargo haulers into a key carrier. So I've sort of earmarked an epic water barrel apparently as a key. I might change that because I don't have epic steel to turn into a barrel. I mean, it's a bit of an inconvenience, but that's also a thing. Oh, you're just about going out again. This thing is otherwise. The first one has been very good. Also, how you doing, Veldak? I did see you there a little while ago when you popped up into both. Yeah, Michelle beat you though. Yeah, this thing has been. Yeah, you can see that it's a full graph. It's been going away on the last rocket probability preferred. That's how you say if you're just sort of slack-jawed, slack-lipped. I don't know. And every time Fulgora builds up, then it's time to switch to lab productivity. I've just been cycling through these, just pushing through. What else needs to be done? Oh, you can be done. That's actually pretty close. Yeah, not to be outdone. You're over there now. How much of this was actually... Oh, it was just a few seconds worth. It's basically all of Gleber too, actually, come to think of it. Is there anything else that really can be done for the sake of entertainment? I think so. We drop that there. That one. Artillery shooting speed is another one that could be maybe not all of it. Maybe not. Maybe only 8 million. I don't really want to do all of it. See, plastic and rocket fuel's done. See, as I say, Vulcanus is done. Its its reason to research is done. I mean, apart from artillery, but who cares about artillery? Was that already... Did I click the wrong one? Shoot. 1 million. 1 million? Should have been 1,000, wasn't it? Or did I read it wrong? I thought there was one that I hadn't done. Damage, that's the one that I wanted. That's why. That's, yes, the GPUs. I'm actually thinking, so part of the whole thing with the key shuffling situation, or the setup that I'm contriving is, I think it might be better to send the GPUs to Gleba and have Gleba deliver them. There we go. Annoyingly, I wasn't really able to... Oh, wrong one. Wasn't really able to increase this far. Having said that, though... what is it? That's Spidertron. That's research. What one is it? Discharge defense? That was LT. Yeah. The manual range is actually the entire pollution cloud. So conceivably, I could manually just bombard the biters from the cannon here. You know, and then I wouldn't even need to go out and conquer biters anymore when I can just bombard them remotely. Not that there really is much point to any of this. As I say, the map is... Oh, it's out of range. It's just barely out of range. It's just not a very economical way to do it. If you can't automate it, it's not worth doing. I mean, I could have artillery stations set up, you know, within range, but it also would be better to encapsulate this in tree farms. That's actually a long way. It's actually shooting a long... Like, I don't remember what it was normally for artillery, because admittedly, I did use it, but I didn't use it that much. So I don't really remember. I remember the shot traveling. I don't think I ever got the range up there far enough where you would actually be just, or you know, drinking coffee, just having a tea break while waiting for the shells to land. It'd be quicker for me to go over there. See, that's a biter island right there. That's actually really bad for UPS. Alright, you definitely don't have stuff on you. Yeah, that's a biter island. Those are what we call bad for UPS. There's actually this one as well at 100 points. And it's already done. It's slowing down. But certainly got some production power behind this science. Just ditch that one. And we'll continue on with whatever was doing before. You probably. Yeah, alright. Productivity's done. Asteroid productivity's done. You're nearly done. It's just the circus still to go. It's a Gießen. No point to it. Are they paying rent? No, they're not. Thank you very much for that 85-month sub, Gießen there. Really appreciate that. And the lovely, lovely tune that comes in with it as well. Really appreciate that. Everyone's already got the love and the hype going on there. Excellent. That's actually a border up there. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. This map is basically water. Supership, how you doing? Hello. Now, what do we got? You're full up. I think I can stay as it is. Maybe I'll do a little bit of that. Now, I'm going to need maximum brain power for this one. This is going to end badly. So, actually, start down here. We're going to start with you. Take that thing up. I'm going to bring it over here. I was sure I crafted a barrel already. Let me go global stats. Well, I made that. I made 16. It's interesting. It doesn't actually say that I've crafted... It doesn't say that I've crafted... Was it buildings? It's like I haven't crafted legendary lube barrel. Interesting. I wasn't really expecting that. I think for my sanity's sake, I was going to make it a water barrel. I might make it like a acid barrel or something. I don't know. Just something completely random. So we just, grab the old sulfuric acid. Order a barrel. We probably won't get one. It's easily found, though. Somewhere over here. Somewhere over here. Yeah, here. I think it's 5. Oh, wait. No. I can't handcraft it. Very important point. Damus coming on in. How you doing? Were you doing Path of Exile? I forget what you were doing. Something. I saw you on, but I didn't get to drop in. Or was it League? How you doing? Oh, we did get a barrel. Never mind. I stand corrected. Alright, so we got our... So this is our token. Ah, Zelda. Okay. Yeah, this is our token. And this lets us bring platforms in. So... you need to scoop up a barrel. Sulfuric acid barrel that's legendary. One from Gleber to allow you to pass Gleber. Like that. Hey, in high speed, how you doing? Oh, it was Zelda. Okay. So, the key carrier... Maybe for the sake of my... I sort of committed to the epic barrel before, but that was just my thinkings. Hey! And there's a high-speed raid. So there, and there. One and one. Like that. Hey, Ironwolf. Long time no see. And you're here again. Okay, so now the key carrier is going to scoop up at the key because it's been dropped off at Nervous. And it's going to take it back to Gleber for the next platform. So the idea is the Promethean platforms arrive at Gleber. Pick up one by one, pick up the key while picking up... I haven't set it up yet, but they will pick up the GPUs, and then, and there it goes, wait for their turn with the key. Now, do you actually have a... No, you don't. Well, I don't think Gleber actually calls for anything anymore, so I can tell this to unload. What do we want? Item count, and so we want GPUs less than 12,000. I mean, this is less than 22,000 because it sort of sits at Narvis currently. But I'm going to ditch that, and that'll do. Yeah, this platform makes the GPUs, the quantum processors in space. So there isn't... So yeah, I make quantum processors in space, so it doesn't matter where they go. I can just deliver them anywhere. Currently, they're being centered around Narvis, but I can... Because this is on a platform, I can easily just change everything to make it go to Gleber instead. Same story with the Foundation. It makes far more sense to have a flying Foundation platform instead of making it on like Narvis or Vulcanus or whatever. Even though Vulcanus, Vulcanus makes the most use out of it, I think. Or it's one of the two planets that makes the most use out of it. It's easier just to launch it, all of its supplies up, and then drop back what it needs. No point making it. I think I started making it on Narvis, of all places. It's just no point, though. Alright, so the key carrier has delivered it. Almost. It needs this thing to... Oh, there was an even older experiment to drop it. And it has, and the key carrier is returning. Cool. So that's the first step. Yeah, this is... So, yeah. Backing up a step, this is a thing we talked about before. I was trying to figure out a way to not have a key carrier, and I think the conclusion was basically just make a key carrier. And the thing that I realized was that I had a platform already, like, not doing anything. This is a junk platform, which is hanging around nervous, not doing anything. So I was like, I might as well just repurpose it and just chopped it down. It was one of those. It was one of these platforms, and I just chopped that side off and chopped this down. Factorio, a tower defense game. It can be. It's a factory building game for the most part. There is actually a tower defense scenario, having said that. But it isn't in and of itself specifically like a tower defense game. It's a you build thing. It's kind of like, if anything, it's a bit of a hybrid of modded Minecraft, you know, that Tekkit style modded Minecraft. Maximize production rate? Pretty much. The idea is to make the production number go big. How far along are we? It's down to a bit above 1.4 million. I think I might switch soon. 1... You're halfway, 3, halfway, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 out of 12. I'm not actually doing anything. So yeah, you build machines to make things, and then you have belts and inserters to shuffle it between things, and then you eventually have these bots that you see flying back and forth that also you can use to move things around. And then as you need to move more things, you start loading them onto trains, and it just keeps on going from there. And eventually, with the DLC, you then have the ability to launch them into space and carry them between planets. And of course, being Factorio, you have to build the factory in space as well. So it isn't just an imaginary thing. No, you actually have to build the stupid things, which can be tedious. I will preface, but it depends on the opinion. Some people love it, some people hate it. Yeah, it is a very in-depth game. Like it is very simple yet very in-depth, and what it does well. It's very addictive, and that's why I'm trying to remember what this ranking is on Steam. It's managed to get into like the top 5 of top highest rated games. Have hardly anything. Oh, this is what 9 months has done for me. This is like 500 something hours. So this isn't representative of where you would get in a normal game. This is beyond end game at this point. Like I've had time to really let the quality flourish, and so yeah, there's a lot of quality items which you wouldn't normally see in a normal playthrough. And that's actually one of the post-endgame objectives, is to see how big of a base you can get. It's just special. Is it fun past endgame? It depends if you like building big or what your objective is. Because after the endgame, it becomes a bit of a set your own objective. So I tend to do megabasing. So I set some absurdly high production target and then work towards it. Some people do death worlds and continue to do that. Reorganize, change its location. Otherwise, I'd imagine it's super hard to organize everything as you get deeper. Yeah, you're sort of going to come up with solutions for that. So, like, this here is the original base that I built when I first started the game. Like, the crash ship is just here. I didn't even deconstruct. Yeah, you can really easily just bulk dismantle. If you want to dismantle the entire map, you can. With enough construction bots and infrastructure, you can do that. That is actually one of the things that Factorio still, I think, holds above the other games, is that it's very easy to tweak and adjust things as to what you desire. Like, same with Gleba. Like, the old Gleba, or what's left of it, is here. And, you know, just set up a whole new one right next to it. You actually see that on all of them. Fugora. There's my original starter base. It's even got the small trains that I started with. The scrap patches that I from starting out. It's even got its original accumulator still. It's all still there. Like, that's the starter. And then the big ones over here. Slowly launching stuff. I really need... In theory, I need to fix this. In practice, I'm probably not going to bother. It's Fulgora. You've been watching Troopin'. You got to keep an eye on him. Also, how you doing, Adama? You had to step away. Starting up with trains. It took hours to set up a basic back and forth between outpost and back, the main bus. Yeah, trains... It is a bit... it isn't obvious, but they only go in one direction automatically. Trains also isn't... On their own, they're not that useful. Where is it? There. Yeah, the railway only gives you track and trains. So you can't do anything without the automated rail transportation research, which gives you the train stops, so the trains can actually stop somewhere. And the rail signal, so you can have more than one on a train on a line at the same time. You also need to research the fluid wagon to actually move oil around, which is actually interesting because usually your first train is an oil train. Right-hand drive. Troop-and-hand drive. Didn't even have a main bus setup. Well, finally getting it done today. It's funny you say that, is because the next base I want to do uses trains as the main bus. Some might even call it a rail bus. It's something that I did years ago, and I'm very interested in giving another go because it was quite an interesting build. And it's been ages. It's a lot more interest. The reason I like it is that it's like a built main bus, but trains, and it's not just a train towns. You know how you get people that do, perfect grid city blocks, and you put your build inside it, and then every time you need another one, you just copy and paste that block, and you just stamp down as many as you need to get what you want. I don't enjoy that. Railbus, on the other hand, it's all kinds of interesting. Alright, we need to switch back to you. So our little science display says which of the 12 lab builds, A through to L, has science in them, or at least it's requesting trains to top them up. It might not actually be completely empty when the light goes out. This is just a list of lab builds that every light that's dim is a lab build that wants a train. And so only 2 don't want to be topped up at the minute, as far as electromagnetic science goes, whereas everything else is fully topped up. Well, except for maybe Promethium, but Promethium is a different story. So, we'll keep this going on. This is a big research. This one, yeah, 383 million, so it takes a while. The total input science a minute is 115,000, and because of research productivity, that's now just short of 2 million. Now, I need to get back to the logic on this thing. So, OG automations and smelters are still in your base, currently inactive, just taking up space and have tons of random spaghetti doing nothing. This game feels like a job. So when that happens, the best thing about this game is the research robotics, because that then leads on to this is why you really got to push through the chemical science pack, because that unlocks construction robots. Don't worry about logistics robots, construction robots. These little guys are amazing. and their subsequent roboports. I'm more talking about this in terms of a newer player, if you're not too familiar with bots. Construction bots, they're like little helpers for you. You can even get a little personal roboport to carry them with you. But what it means is that you can set up roboports around your base. For what I'm describing, you only need storage chests. And then there's a keyboard shortcut. You hold down Alt and press D, and then everything that doesn't need to be here anymore, those little guys will tear it up in no time whatsoever. Circling back around to the point before. Waiting on robotics, there you go. I used to do this, I used to explain it like that all the time. It's actually been a while since I've had to. I mean, I guess the minimum skill level's a lot higher than it used to be. But yeah, I always reiterate how important construction bots are. They are your little helpers. They mean you can be in more than one place at a time, because you're the bottleneck before that point, because you're doing all the construction and deconstruction. You got to do it all manually. Now, I was about to do something. I forgot what it was. Oh, all right. So this thing, the way its logic works. Actually, this needs a few things. Our buy to dump just needs to be put over there for now. Likewise, that can go over there. Like that. Now, oh yes. So the fusion. Oh, it's actually still using a little bit of fusion. It peaks out at like 600 megawatts. And I actually discovered something interesting. If I come over to this one. Can't decide whether you work on trains or oil right now. Any option? No, you said getting chemical science packs more than... no, it's all good with the questions. I encourage it. I would... Intercontinental pipeline. It's a bit annoying to do, but I would intercontinental pipeline it for now. Like, these were the first 2 oil patches that I went to, and you can actually see, like, the... Oh, apparently I didn't even tap them all. It's entirely possible those were eaten, having said that. Like, you can still see the original poles are still here. And I ran a pipe all the way across. Oh, there's the gun turrets. And yeah, and then a pipe all the way back. Wherever it goes, there it is. Did I run a pipe? No, I think I did. It was far enough away to train it, sort of. But yeah, I would suggest... To get it going, I would run a pipe, but I would prepare for running some oil trains not too long after that. New fluids. Oh, it's so good. You do need to carry some pumps on hand, so I don't know if you saw somewhere. Yeah, there. This is to break up the pipe network. See, this extent is 307 out of 320, and this is 304. It's basically at max. And that's not even all of it. Like, there's another 46 over here, so that's why this is broken up. So yeah, I'd probably just pipeline it back. It depends on like, a little bit depends on biders and what their situation is and how close the oil is. Like, this is right on the limit, and I think I did actually train it just because I wanted to link up multiple at the same time. And they're really simple trains, so just one loco at the front, one tanker wagon, and one rear loco, so it can run in both directions. Oh, that was the thing I was going to say, was that you have... you need equal number of locos pointing in either direction to have it run in both directions. Otherwise, because the locos won't automatically run in reverse. They have a specific direction. And since 2 locos give a certain amount of acceleration, you need the equal and opposite on the back. They're a little bit slower because, you know, you're basically carrying around dead weight 50%. No matter which direction it's going, it's carrying dead weight 50% of the time. But you see it like that. This train's coming into storage and reversing back out. There is some conveniences to having them run in both directions, and that's something I like. Ren, how you doing? Welcome on in. And there goes another train just bouncing on out. Welcome in, everyone. Where are you going to go? Probably forwards. Probably to stone. It's always to stone. Every train goes to stone. Alright, you're not going... No, never mind. You're going to stone. I stand corrected. Yeah, it's just my personal preference. I also like having... I like having trains, the outposts just be single-ended like this. It's a lower footprint. You don't need a big, giant loop around, so it's less area to defend early on. I mean, at this point of the game, it doesn't matter. Hello, how are you doing? What were you up to? Well, come on into this madness of a base. How are we doing? We're still sitting around max. Still maxed out. Yeah, so for those who haven't seen, this is... The Megabase is actually running, astonishingly. It's mostly done. Even Purple's actually running. How do you make them go backwards later on, or as a research or something? So if you have locos pointing in both directions, then they will do it automatically. It's when you only have one, then they won't. They can't. Well, it's not they won't do it. It's just they physically can't do it. So if I do that, fuel. Yeah, I'm standing right next to the fuel, but I'm still gonna picker it anyway, and then there, because that's a feature that lets you do that. Serena, how'd your stream go? Welcome on in. Yeah, so this thing, it'll want to go forward, so I'm just holding down control now, and what you can do, that's for setting up a temporary stop like that. And you see it draws a line going forward, whereas if I go backwards, see it just draws a red circle, meaning it can't go there. So what you need to do is just Q pick on that, reverse direction, now it can. Now, where it gets interesting is that if I do that, you see it's not moving. It wants to go now, but it doesn't want to because this loco here can't contribute to going in this direction. Only this loco is doing anything, and because it has no fuel, it can't go anywhere. You can actually just... Oh, I wanted to rotate it, but it won't let me. Yeah, because it's coupled, it won't let me. You can do it when it's just like that. But yeah. That's how the double-headed works. It was pretty awesome. Nice. I got one on each end at the moment, and I think the tracks are just a bit messed up. Yeah, yeah, it's probably some track paths. All-time high viewership with raids, so I thought I'd pay for it. Nice. Why did that train Oh, you went moldy. Something in there went moldy. Ah, first time playthrough. Ooh. Second attempt. It's always fun the first time. I remember the first time I played, and you know, when the pollution gets up, and then the biters start to really get aggressive, and you know everything isn't quite right, and it's it's the middle of the night in Narvis, and the biters are overwhelming you, and you have lights in the base, and because you have laser turrets, they need a lot of power, and you just see all of the lights flicker, and the base just shuts down every time the laser turrets go off. Very atmospheric. Okay, so this base is basically the opposite of this then. You're burning science, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yeah, the agricultural science packs are turning into mold. They're spoiling into mold because they're not being used. Haven't gotten to laser turrets? I think... Are you keeping up with the damage upgrades? I think that's probably the biggest question. It's always the first thing I'll focus in on. A lot of people overlook the military science pack. I mean, you're sort of forced to go through it now. But yeah, getting all of the like the projectile damages up and running is a must. You really need this level to once you start seeing the medium biters. What was it? There was another one. Oop, that's caps lock. Yeah, and getting your piercing rounds as soon as possible. Got everything else researched? Okay. Other than that, it's really just a matter of getting finding dedicated choke points, so you can really sort of bottleneck them. Yeah, red ammo is huge. As soon as you get red ammo, it's a lot easier. Got one on each at the moment. Tracks are just a bit messed up. Yeah. Oh, and Wally's here now too. How you doing, Wally? I didn't even see what you're up to today. Were you doing more eco? Wally's a fellow member of Red Circuit. Also, hello, Adbreak. How you doing today? Had the flamethrower turrets in the first descent. Oh, okay, yeah. I am a bit indifferent to flame turrets. They can be good, but I mean, it's hard to pass up. The problem with laser turrets is that they outrange everything. Right into ads, of course. Yeah. How you doing? What were you up to? Were you doing eco? I didn't actually see what you're up to today. But yeah, laser turrets, they're kind of OP because they have a huge... Oh, you're on Microtopia. Yeah, laser turrets, they have a pretty substantial range. Like, if I bring up this overlay, like, there's the... its range there, and you compare it to, say, a gun turret, like that. Like, it's significant. And what it means is that, like, the spitter biters can hardly get near them. Having said that, though, a path simulator. Oh yeah, the Microtopia is all about laying down paths. The spitters, yeah, spitters. A good idea with defenses too is to give everything a little bit of spacing, because the spitters, once you get like a big cluster of them, they can really just rip through everything. You see, I did do a heavy oil barrel. I thought I did. I just couldn't find it. So somewhere it's floating around as a heavy oil barrel. I just have no idea where it is. Yeah, so you don't want too many clusters. Like, you do sort of need clusters of turrets, but at the same time, you don't want everything to be a big cluster. Probably the best example is up here. Also, double wall, triple wall is a good idea. Like, this isn't so bad because it's got a legendary Tesla turret behind it. And so biters don't really make it through. Is there actually... Yeah, I'm hitting them again. Yeah, the ultimate way to keep biters at bay is with an offensive strategy. Ideally without cheating. I'm not even going to... You know, ideally without cheating and telling you where the biters are. That's more of an advanced strategy. It's actually it's a beyond endgame strategy, that one, I should say. I'm sort of hoping biters will appear. Yeah, my damages are so high they don't really they don't survive. They don't have a chance. But yeah, the sort of point that I was getting at was that I've actually got a one-tile gap around the substation so that the spitters don't damage the substation. The behemoth biters are able to damage one tile behind, one tile over. So one tile thick of wall, they'll still damage the turrets behind them. So yeah, 2, 3, even 4 thick walls is not a terrible idea. You can also do things like a little bit of mazing. Again, this is because I sort of eliminate the biters rather than defend them against them. I don't think it's like that, but stuff like that to sort of confuse them. I think it's actually more like a... People do more like a grid like that. Something like that. To slow them down. Do I actually still have... Oh, I still have his wall. Yeah. No, there you go. 2 thick wall there. Yeah, I'm not. As I say, I'm not an expert on the whole dragon's teeth stuff. I like this. This is the extent of defense for me. I'm more of the. Here we are. Yeah, they don't survive because of the damage. But I'm more of a offense is the best defense. So like I've got all of this land cleared out, which is something I can like. I'm doing this with a bit of a different strategy because this is on the Rail World preset. Yeah, the lightning turrets are, or the Tesla turrets are, they're not bad. The chain damage is good. You do need a lot of electric damage research unlocked to really get something out of it, it feels like. And also legendary. Helps a lot too. The regular Tesla turret is a bit unimpressive. The Tesla gun, wherever it is there, it's very unimpressive. It's very underwhelming. If you grab it and you will be... It sounds impressive, but you'll be whelmed at best. So that's just something to watch out for. Are you on Space Age, by the way? Just out of curiosity. It's actually unfortunate the flamethrower isn't what it used to be. There used to be a meta called Spin to Win, because the flamethrower damage was... The base flamethrower damage was a lot higher. And the fire lasted a lot longer. Okay, you're going through vanilla. And what it meant is that you would run into the middle of a biter base, you know, with all the spawners, and then you would just spray a 360 of fire, and it would just kill everything. That was sort of nerfed a while ago, and you really had to push into flammable damage first before it really does any damage. And even then, it doesn't do as much damage as it used to. Particularly, it's even more nerfed now because of the biter damage, the biter spawner scaling. Can I actually see that on these? No. Let's go down to a friendly, semi-wild biters. Yeah, this lot. Just get them out the way for the moment. Sirs, can you just get out of here? Yeah, you probably haven't seen them yet. The green ones are the behemoths that I mentioned. Yeah, they're very not friendly. So this thing has 3,488 hit points now. Of that, it is plus nearly 900%. Because what happens is that they get the spawners gain hit points over time as the game progresses, as the evolution factor goes up. At 1.0, 3488, there you go. Max possible is 3,500. Yeah, that'd be 800%. I wanted to come over here instead of alt-clicking just because it's on the hover, the pop-up hover menu. But yeah, it's another thing to watch out for. That was one of the things that happened with 2.0, and you definitely got to keep up with the damage output there. I completely blanked out on what I was doing. I think it was Promethean based. I mean, the platform, the worlds are looking after themselves. What was I up to? This was another little odd job that I needed to do. This thing is too slow. So, like, Aquilo produces a science, but the platform takes too long. Oh yeah, also rockets launching. Now, what I needed was... So, yeah, your setup. What I needed to do was come to this thing. Oh, yes, that's right. So if I hover over this, where is it? The plasma temperature is 1.17 million degrees. If I rotate this 90 degrees, it's now rising. It's 1.19, 1.2, 1.22, 23. And this is actually, it's something that I noticed purely by accident. So even though I'm not, like, this is all meant to, it's got the 3 just as a bit of a just in case and to help with the neighbor bonus. Because the neighbor bonus means that it generates more for the same work. But so the reason why this caught my attention is that the hotter the plasma, it means it gives you a direct correlation to how effective the neighbor bonus is. And so it's now up to 1.43 by only having 2 fusion reactors. And as soon as I put that in, it should come back down again. Yeah, there it goes. And so what that means is that the 3rd reactor is actually having a negative impact because it's cooling down it's effectively cooling down by having less of a neighbor bonus. Also, how you doing, Mirage? And what that means is I should really get rid of the 3rd one. Which is very interesting because that in turn means, quite a bit of stuff actually disappears. Let's see now, because so that changes quite a few things. What are you doing there? So each one of these is 125 megawatts, 250. So that's 500, 750, and 1,000. What is that? That is 8 turbines, 8 generators, which means I don't need those. Actually, I do need those. I don't need those. I don't need that or that. Well, this is temporary. I'm going to move this thing up. That's what's going to happen. So you're going to go up there. In actual fact, though, you're actually going to go there. Means in turn, I don't need a pipe to ground there. That goes there. None of that needs to exist. So our biter dumping belt can actually get a bit better in the sense that there's more of a jail to it now. That's a rail track. Sadly, can't put these here because the gravity's too low. The train would float away. Which, if you think about it, is something that I would actually like to see as a train floating away on a platform. I feel like there is a market for that to exist as a mod. And yeah, and so now I can at least somewhat protect the fusion and such from potential escaping biters. Not that that should ever really be a problem, because if you have if escaping biters is an issue, then you got bigger issues, because it means that fundamentally the platform doesn't work. Should have added that to the game. Yeah. It's then again, it's like that mod which gives you access to jumping trains, which is a thing. Now, hang on. What do you do actually? These do 250. See, yeah. So these each with a neighbor bonus that goes from 250 to 500, which is 1,000. So I want up to 8 of these, of which I have 11 right now. So I can get rid of that, which frees up that, which in turn frees up more space for cargo bays. What do we got? 120. So on the right side there, I need input hatches of at least 120 for this platform. That's the one, Renai Transport. If it's too slow, would an angled thruster design help, or just go straight stacking to reduce unsupported width? Oh, and yeah, thin ships. Generally, thin ships are faster to a point. Because critical things going on, but it's getting late. All right, have a good one. Thank you for the raid again. Good to meet you. Good to bring everyone over. Come and hang out. The thruster designs, I've not really found one that's really better or improves on another. Oh yeah, I needed to do that too. I forgot to press the button. There was a lot going on. I'm really bad at that. I always forget to press follow buttons. It doesn't help when Twitch unfollows as well. Actually, what I probably want to do... Again, this is betting against something that really shouldn't happen. But yeah, I just want to make sure that nothing appears in there. Just give them room to hatch out in there. I think I had 9. No, I have 10. It's probably fine as is. But... Oh. No matter what, you always have one poking out the side. It depends on what the total width is. If you can make it 2 tiles wider, instead of just trying to max thruster, I actually do that on one of the, like, there's a few ways of doing it. Like this one, it actually, see, it has 2 sort of they're not really wasted. But like it gets the fuel in here, and so it doesn't need to poke out the outside, but the 2 tiles are lost. But those are tiles that can't be used anyway because it's the wrong width for an extra thruster. So you can do that, or this one? No, see, it still pokes out the side. I think it was this one. Yeah, this one matches the width. But again, it's 2 tiles narrower. I'm sure I did one where I actually didn't max... It's kind of like this one, where it doesn't actually have max thrusters all the way along the bottom. There's some gaps either side. I mean, this thing does 450. It's good enough. It's this was just a complete throw together platform. I didn't really put any serious thought into it. Now, so the thing I wanted to do was pick that up, pop it over there. Now, hopefully that should be disappearing. Yeah, the chunklets are going in there, which is very important, vitally important even. We need to pick that up. Yeah, I wanted that there. I just want to get more inserters around this thing, you know, like that. That should be 15, whereas this one only had 14. No, it has 15 as well. Well, I can get it up to 17 this way now. Best you can do is an all-angled one in one slope and put one fluid in one side and one tile wider. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the one tile slope, or the continuous slope, I guess you could call it, is probably as good as it gets. The only reason I don't do it, I'm just not a fan of that layout. But yeah, it is. And it, 2 reasons actually. One is it gives you a bit of an awkward triangular bit of space, and I kind of prefer the V shape. It's just personal preference though. Either the flat or V shape, or you know, some kind of V shape. I do like going for that. Oh, there it is. Yeah, see, that one's a little narrower than it needed to be. I took a thruster off, so it didn't go too wide. It still goes 474 because it's so narrow. So I can't complain. It's just kind of obsolete, though, this design. Yeah, so we got that there. Scoop you up. I might have to move that over the other side or something. It's one of those, I'll find out when I get there type moments. Just a lot of empty space there now. I mean, I could choose to ignore the problem. That also works. It's not even... and then again, it's not even really a problem. All I want to do is just get a few more inserters on that. Let's see, so 5, 10, that's 7. It's a little bit uneven if I was to run this up to here. That's also inconvenient. This is the kind of thing that really needs some prototyping, though. So, it's still unbalanced, but I think it'll be okay. And then I gotta do the same to the other side. Didn't even know you could place power pole? Yeah! It's not something that's super obvious, but it makes sense. I mean, there's nothing that says you can't. It's just that there's no reason. You don't need power poles. So it sort of intuitively suggests that you don't need them. Alright, that can go there. Oh, maybe I better move that. Ooh, sneeze. Very sudden sneeze. Just throws them all on the floor. Thankfully, the chunks go into the hub when you scoop them up. Otherwise, I'd be very sad. Can you place rails? No, you can't. It says you have it can't place it in low gravity. Oh, yeah, gravity too low. We were talking about that before, where you can't have trains that float away. I think you have to go in the middle for that to still work. I'm down to 110 hatches. This is actually... what's that? 114. I could probably steal some space. Not really. What about that? Not really. Again. Is your timer a simple 30-minute counter, or does it factor in dump time? It doesn't. It just says dump it if there's still biters and there's 2 minutes to go. So this is just this is more stats for me to gauge how well it's running the timers. As I say, there's an argument to be made that I don't even need it. I might try putting it the other side. It's just a lot of empty space. Yeah, it's back to 118. That gets me to 119. Why is there a gap? I must have, I think I might have messed something up there somewhere. I mean, there's a gap over here which sort of says that, yes, I did accidentally... There's an error in the copy and pasting somewhere. I also didn't plug this back in properly. Was it 119? Yeah, it only needs like one more, which is easily achieved. Can you lot put a slide in there? Pop you there, yeah. Doesn't really need beacons, but you know, just a little something something. You can see it made the thing faster so it can hold more. Yeah, it's eating up all that. Legendary refined concrete. That's for your EM plants. You can never have too much of that. Eggs just never take more than 2 minutes to fully dump. The idea is it should never get into that situation under normal circumstances. So the pre-flight checklist, all this stuff here, so it can't leave without the right amount of GPUs. It can't load the eggs until like all the science needs to be dumped. It needs it needs its approved checklist. It's manifest before it leaves. So it won't leave without any of this stuff. But yeah, it does actually pack spare railguns and such. Might as well dump those. What do you got? Oh, that's 120 right there. Alright, I think it's safe to just tear this up and start over. Tear up the wires, that is, and start over. They cover that, they cover that. Yeah, I'm probably... I'm in two minds about ditching the dump system. A funicular rail locomotive to get around it, like a space train. Oh yeah, I didn't plug this in still. That's right, what I was looking for was a combination... I was trying to see if I could spot a combination where... well, actually... That get me anything. Other than knocking that out. It doesn't... I don't think it really does anything for me. I mean, it makes that happy. Keeps it at like 9 or 10 or whatever it was. I like having a little bit of overbuild. I like that idea. I saw a guy doing a full egg hauler that made his timer also calculate how long it would take to dump out the eggs while deciding what needed to get rid of them. So, the reason I'm not doing that, or the reason I'm doing things the way I am now is that This thing has never needed to dump eggs. Like, it was built with biter jail that I took from Colonel Will's platform, and it just doesn't need it. Like, it always eats all of the eggs in time without issue. $250,000 eggs. Hauler? Hauler or Dasher? I forget which the term is. Which term is which? That needs to get out of the way. You need to get out of the way. I suppose I could output the top and... yeah, out that... it eats up cargo bays, though. Yeah. I figured as much. If they're taking eggs out, then it would be an egg carrier. Other thing, because it would be a different roller coaster, maybe type of steel needed, maybe steel or iron sticks. Yeah. Bought a heat exchanger, fill the bathtub with cold water, put a small pump into the bathtub and connect to the heat exchanger. Now the fan's blowing through the heat exchanger, 20-degree air comes out. Ah, suffering the heat, are you? I heard it's quite hot over there. Half the battle is, for me, I don't remember how I built this thing. It's kind of pointless, I must admit. It's there now. Yeah, just make it consistent. It's actually funny is that any kind of hybrid between chunk hauling and egg hauling yields far more than doing either individually. Alright, we'll come back to that in a moment. Or cryoplants. The funny thing is he'd probably get 1,000,000 eggs if he hybrided it, as I say. Is it possible for the eggs to hatch on the other planets and those biters actually survive? So, yes. Gleba, I've definitely had biters hatch here before. They don't make spawners though, and the game seems to just despawn them if you leave them hidden for long enough. 2 ships says, oh, yeah, okay, he's doing the token as well. That's the thing that I've been trying to figure out. But I guess I think my problem with my approach was that I was trying to be too complicated. That goes there. That go. That's not something I want. Stop that. Thankfully the thing's turned off. That could end very poorly otherwise. That thing, so the lubricant barrel is what tells this thing to actually load biter eggs. So if I jiggle that with a active request, that leads to bad times. Using random belts, I do that quite regularly. I mean, the chunk collectors for the supply actually use a radar. That's why I'm not using a radar. That's just because the signal happens to be used already. Legendary Biter Islands on Vulcans won't work? No, sadly. Do I have an example? An egregious example of one is what I'm trying to think of. I mean, the, you know, laser turrets and rocket turrets make great power poles. As I say, I can't think of a particularly egregious one other than... I mean, it's getting there, the rocket turret power poles. I'm sure I did one somewhere where it was particularly bad. I just don't remember where. Yeah, those use rocket turrets. I mean, this one's also sort of helping make a giant spider web. But this one, it was more set up without legendary poles in mind, and it was more so to grab the different signals. The requirements also changed, so I don't really need them anymore. Like, I don't need to use them like I used to. That's got up to 123 again. It's so annoying. There's like negative space there. You know how I feel about negative space. If you don't know how I feel about negative space, I don't like negative space. Why aren't you getting a decider? Because you're on Glebber. Gates next to walls so you could connect it. Ah, yes. That's a good one. So all this logic here, something's gone horrifically wrong with. In theory... Bye-bye GPUs. You're not really meant to be doing that. Why are you on... Oh, that's why. That explains a lot. I was like, why are you unloading GPUs? You should be unloading GPUs. What did that do? I don't remember. Hello, GPUs again. It's just bringing them back. Oh, you're that thing. Let me separate that. That's unrelated to this thing. So I need to get it out of here. Why are you latching like that? So yeah, you look after the lubricant barrel. Where's that wire going? Doesn't go there. Oh, you do go there. Okay. There. Oh, okay. You're the buy to consumer thingy. Token exists on platform. Oh, that's the lubricant barrel token. So this will be for that. So crafting isn't allowed when the platform is near Nervous. So yeah, these things are disabled right now. Which arguably I could wire these in directly. I don't need to do that. I could wire in a thingy, but I don't need to as well, so that's fine. You to there. And to there. You need a filter. A sulfuric acid barrel. Alright, so it gets the token. The token, the idea is it's going to squirrel the token away until... So it picks up the token on Gleba, immediately puts it on the belt. That means I need some more logic then. I need two things. I'll rotate them like that. I need a putting it on the belt condition and a taking it off the belt condition. So when Gleba is not equal to 3, send OK. Regular OK. So we want to remove the token from the hub when the platform is away from Gleba. When it gets it. That way, if it pulls it out while it's at Gleba, then it will get stuck at Gleba. I could actually wire it to the circuit, like read the belt and wire it to the circuit network so that it knows where it is at all times, but actually I might do that. Maybe. Either or really. And then this one activates when the biter load. So when it says it's okay to load biters, then it's okay to drop. There is a bit of a time lag, so it's going to drop the token down onto Narvis. It's going to get shuffled through to the other robo network, loaded onto here, loaded onto the carrier, taken to Gleba, and then ready for the next one. And I think that should be enough time for the biter loading to cycle. This is the stuff that I normally step through and figure out in between streams. I think the idea was the water will always be on the cooler atmosphere, so... Oh, you're talking about the cooling. Version 4. Working on all these exchanger ideas, cooling ideas. So yeah, when that is away from Gleba... when that is 1... A greater than 0. What makes A? Once buyers are approved for loading, no backs. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's no aborting a launch once it starts. In general, the logic is... Oh, the logic is set up so that it won't... it won't stop. Like it won't go without it. It doesn't need that one so much, but it's just sort of a guarantee. Gleba leba dingaling. Leba leba dingaling. Yeah, that's where all the cool kids are. Is this definitely... Yeah, lube, greater than 0 output battery. I feel like there was a late change. And A greater than 0. Oh, yeah. That just means the token... Oh, yes. Of course. It is what it says it is. Token exists on platform. It exists somewhere, either in the hub or on the belt. It this locks out if it doesn't have the token. Yes, that's right. As I say, this is all a voyage. This part of this logic, well, part of going through this logic is a voyage of rediscovery. So this is the global checklist. So once it outputs A, that means it's okay to load biters. And so A greater than 0. Say check greater than 0. Load the platform token when it's ready to load biters, and probably just receiving them. What I mean by that is and biter greater than 0. Then we output tick like that. Yeah, you got a lube barrel. You then go to... Well, let's hold off on that for a moment. And then I can rearrange that a little bit and shuffle them like that. So we make sure we don't... let's do it. There and there. Alright, so we go to Glebber. You want to load the token. Oh, it's already reading all belts. Where's the silos there? Oh, there it is. Oh, there. Yeah, there's the heavy oil barrel. That's why I couldn't find it. I wanted to use a heavy oil barrel to complement the lubricant barrel. Added a negative just to make sure the rockets don't launch upside down. Something you need to deal with. Yeah, it's something got to watch out for. They've got to make sure the orbitals are launched in the right direction. Yeah, you don't want a rocket going upside down. Yep. So it just unloaded the token onto the belt. I should actually do the same thing here. So similar to that. There, we output a rare one. Should we have one of those? And then we can come back to the launch checklist. And that is greater than 0. And then you're not receiving. Yeah, and stays off. Oh, it probably needs a wire run over, that's why. Can actually also do that too. There's room for one more, so I can get up to 125. 126, any takers? No. No Teslas for the egg dump line? I mean, I'm sort of getting to the point where I'm thinking I might even just ditch the egg dump. I've somewhat eliminated the space for it. And when I say somewhat, I've sort of completely eliminated the space for it. It's a bold move, but as I say, like, I mean, this is a trial platform, so it's probably not the best example to do it, but at the same time, I've never really had a problem. Like, once the thing goes, it's either guaranteed to die, crash and burn, or it's always going to work. As I say, I've found that there is no real middle ground with this sort of thing. It either works or it doesn't. Scouting the hobby market yesterday. They also have aluminium duct tapes for better seals. Oh, you're into duct taping now. Less important for chunk haulers. It'll always have a certain rate. Like, well, this isn't. This is a chunk. This is a hybrid, so it does both. It grabs eggs, uses what it got on the return journey, and then uses the eggs to craft more, and then stores up the remainder as it comes back. Because you might as well. There's no reason not to put the return journey to work. That red wire is entirely for this here. This is for monitoring by the stats. I don't remember what the green wire is for. Compared to... Yeah, I think it might be right there in that... even from what I've seen of others, it's fairly consistent. But it might be true. It might be the case that... hybrids don't have the same problems. Arguably, pure haulers have problems because they're pure haulers. Alright, so... that's the biter clock. It just says the biter clock is running. That's how long it's in Prometheum space for, interstellar space. And then the mission clock that says how long it's away from Narvis for. That'll be interesting because we'll get some stats on it passing through Gleba. Hey, Glacier. Some of these wires are really stretched. You go there. That's the damage taker. What the hell is E? So that's the final confirmation. A little bit of a strained wire there. This is very confusing. Where was... That's the... Yeah, that's the mission... checklist. That's the damage ones. Yeah, so damage greater than 0 and that. Oh yeah, that latches in damage. You adjust... Why are you doing that? Supplies loaded. Each red less than green. Interesting. And outputs S of 1. I've really got bogged down this. I've completely lost track of what your cooling adventures that you've been talking about. Okay, so I'm polluting these signals. Oh, that's what the green wire was for. No, that can't be right. This is probably why I was having issues with this thing, is that I've polluted some signals that shouldn't be polluted. If I come back over to this thing... The problem is that I sort of picked up and moved around these things, and I've just sort of made a mess of things. Oh no, that's got all the signal pollution. I just don't know what the S of... Why it's... What makes S go to 0, though? What's making it S? Oh, it doesn't have that. It's missing... Oh, it's just missing... Fusion, so that. The thing that's disabled is what's missing. That makes sense. It's way too quiet. Try that again. Let me have a look. Let's make sure the levels are right. Yeah, try a honk or a hink again. There was a Windows update. Yeah, there was a Windows update, so it's probably all messed up. S goes to 0 when Sonic eats too many chili dogs. Becomes Chonkic instead of Sonic. Alright, so... Yeah, so this is... 0. S is 0 when everything is present. Jump 20 seconds. Not a good person for testing those. I was going to say, I wonder if it was drop frames, but no, it's not drop frames. It's where I need pick-a-dollies. Cut and paste isn't the best for this sort of stuff. Oh yeah, it's part of the abort clock. Why are you connected to that? I have no idea. I think that's at least the good first step. Let us save. Actually, how's science do? Oh, it's weeble wobbling a little bit. I'm going to hazard a guess that cold science is falling a bit behind. You're back again, so we'll get processor productivity up and running again. Actually, I might push scrap productivity, because that doesn't have an internal productivity, whereas processing units like these are already at 300%, even without modules. So might as well just go at full speed. Alright, so got the token. Ready to go. Everything is ready. It's clear to load by it. Yeah, it's got all supplies, no damage, all science is emptied, all supplies are loaded, it is free to load biters eggs. Wow, that was a fairly substantial attack. The fact that it took damage, interesting. A of 1. So it is... Let me turn that off. Yeah, so it's not clear to load biters now. So I need to turn that on. It's not going to receive biters until I turn this on. Ah, balls. I wasn't paying attention. Actually. Thankfully, it doesn't seem to be wanting to load biters anyway. Interesting. No, I just realized the other platform is nearly... Oh! It can't actually load biters. Yeah. It can't load biters for 1:30. Alright then, now it's actually a good time to take a break. These things need to recharge. They just launched their eggs. That was a good thing I added this protection. That would have been bad. So yeah, we're going to take a quick break while this thing recharges. And it's break time anyway. So that's actually good timing. So yeah, we'll be back in 2 minutes time, so don't go too far. I shall refill my drink and such while we wait. As I say, don't go too far. Why the delay? Oh, hang on. Sorry. The reason why the delay is that this needs to get back to 100. And it takes about... So after every launch, it needs about 3 minutes, 20 seconds to refill... to recraft all the biter eggs. I hope that clears up. Also, BRB now. Now I get to press the button. Oh. I don't get to press the Twitch button. Bad times. Take a stretch break or something. Alrighty. Alright, so they're back. No legendary nests for launch? No. They're too hard to make. I mean, saying that, they're not actually that hard to make. They kind of are. Probably the hardest part's the biter egg. You sort of got to recycle grind those. The capture bot rockets are easy. The U-235 is actually really easy. I mean, I suppose you could. What's the craft speed? 2.5. I mean, it is an improvement. Alright, let's try this again. You have that. A greater than... Oh, that's why. I cut that wire. Okay, that makes sense now. Alright, let's save again. I'm saving this definitely because I want to really make sure we don't have accidents. Yeah, you can't do that. I turn this on. The lubricant barrel gets shunted into there. This thing... no, you... Oh yeah, you need to see biters first. So you're halfway there. Up go the biters. They're on their way. There they are. So that's 60,000. That's why I needed 120, at least 120 hatches. Why are you running in a circle? Uh-oh. And... well, I guess you're going with it with the token. That was confusing me as well because this thing was starting to loop as well, which is not right. Now, probably need to be cross-coupled with this one. There we go. So as soon as we pass Gleber, then it turns on this thing. Or lets the crafting begin. I wonder how much it's going to run at. It used to run at like 5,600, I think it was. Like the minimum. I can't actually see because it was so long ago. Didn't actually do that much. The fact that it seems like it's doing a lot more, which is a good thing. Yeah, what I want is to cross-link this and say uncommon check. Uncommon check. Uncommon check equal to 0. Alright, I've got 27 minutes. Should be with this one's actually should be pretty accurate compared to the other one because the other one has to do so many staged launches. The clock gets inaccurate. Yeah, 2650, 2653. It's within about 5 seconds. I like the production rate too. This is 16,000. Yeah, 16,000 a minute. I like this. 86%. Still got a lot of chunklets to drain. This is the power of the hybrid, is that you can just munch through a big chunk of eggs before you get to Prometheum space again. In theory, you should have this thing store enough so that it crafts this entire Aquilo to the edge leg. It's funny actually. This one has four cryo plants. It's sort of overbuilt that thing, whereas this one's a lot more. I mean, it's basically the same platform. It's just the center's been redone. And what are we at here? 126, 125. Yeah, should see in theory that should be okay still. I hope. I mean, the maximum is a gigawatt. It should never needed to go to a gigawatt before. 70%. That means the biter clock is running. That probably means the biter clock is running as well. Knowing me. As long as it doesn't get confused when it gets to nervous again, then we'll be okay. The bitrate. The bitrate asteroids. Alright, well that's all going on. Let's have a look over here. What are we on? We're on... Oh, you're actually almost done. Let's scooch that over. Ooh, we're actually full up on Promethium. Okay, so I'll let... In fact, I might even let that one go, just to recharge Electromag. Then we'll try and do some lab productivity. How far away is it? It's receiving, at the very least. That's always a plus. Alright, what was the next odd job that needed fixing? That one. That's what I need to turn off, and that. I had that on earlier and I forgot to turn it off. I always forget to turn it off. Yeah, we did this track last time. Did I do this on the 4 lanes? Or did I do it after? I don't remember. The next step in this thing is to 4 lane all the way down here. And even this, maybe even make this even more lanes. Just to make it a little bit quicker. I'm somewhat hesitant to do it just because I don't know how much it'll actually help. Interesting. Also, this area's dead. There's nothing happening. There's no trains down here. Actually, I know what needs to be done. Need to change this to a double track. Just thinking. A moment. All right. Thinking time is over. We need that there to be removed. We need our rail blueprints. We need to start pasting. I might just do this other one, this one. Pop that there. The reason I'm interested in this one is I want the junction. Just because it's a little bit more compact. You go there. I do need it. The actual thingy. In that case, because I actually need 2 of these quite close to each other, which isn't ideal. Like, it has to be like that. Not a fan of. You really don't want junctions too close to each other. But I've sort of forced myself to need to have them next to each other. There. Because I need to get things going again. For now, I'll just pop that in. Yep, trains are already moving. Where are you at there? And again, that as well. You lot, come down here. We're far away, not far. Oh, that's really loud. Okay, I just got to quickly plug this in. It's funny actually. It's got the other direction, but it doesn't need it. Are you actually getting power elsewhere? I think so. Yeah, it doesn't actually need this. Let's not get too distracted with that, because this needs to be plugged in. Alrighty. Can I do something of a hybrid? That position won't work. It need to be something like that there. Except not like that. It's a question of whether or not I can cram signals in there or not. It doesn't look like I can. Yeah, that won't allow it. Ah, come on, grab it. Does that work? Probably not. It never works. The game is really fussy about those. Either way, I sort of need to get this thing plugged in. There. Let's try again. I'm keen now. I'm fully invested now. There we go. Fully invested in whatever this monstrosity is. Alrighty. You come over there and over there. Alright, that should at least satisfy any of those trains that needs to be here. And then I just need to do the same the other side. Up here. Except you don't need that. Or game, whatever you say. just do that, whatever that monstrosity of a curve was. There. Derp, and derp, and derp, and derp. And it should be happiness now, hopefully, maybe. Mostly. And now I can get rid of this bit. Fix the signals. Hang on a minute, do you not have a... No, you don't. Oh, that means all of these are wrong. Error. Yeah, that means... Yeah. There's a track missing there. Be one missing there. Everywhere else this is used. I need to check on the platform too. Just in case. There you are. We're at 57,000 with 14 minutes remaining. We're using 3,500 at the minute. So what's that? That's... I mean, the rate's still going up. The rate will go up as it goes. It's technically not enough to actually consume it in time. But as I say, it will go up. Or this platform will get very, very sad. Yeah, 3,800, 3,900. Can peak at 5,400. 5 seconds, 4,200. So that's what, 10 minutes for didn't I tell? Oh yeah, you went to over there. 10 minutes if it was 40,000. 12 minutes. 13 minutes. So yeah, it's tracking. That one's done, that one's done, that one's done. Where else are these things? None there. None there. I think there's one... Yeah, there's one there. One there. And I'm pretty sure there's another one. Maybe that was actually it. It's interesting that that didn't really manifest itself. I'll check that one. Actually, no. You just go up there, I'll go over to the other one. Eventually. This is interesting. I've not been able to noticeably spot that missing track. Yeah, that one's fixed. I did actually fix it. Unless I'm blind and missing one, I think that's it. Oh, how's this looking now? I think it's ready to slide over to that. Oop. Where are we at? Oh, over here. Alright, let's check on again. What do we got now? 35%, 35,000. Oh, 40,000. Oh, yeah, because it's 120,000. Yeah, and it's up to 5,200 now. So that's less than 10 minutes worth, and it's got 10 minutes on the clock, so it's safe. It's guaranteed safe, unless for some reason the chunks slow down. So one thing the chunk system, yeah, see, it heavily biases towards one side. So one thing I'm missing is a lane balancer on the chunks. So it does load unevenly. It's just having, what, 8 lane balancers is kind of annoying to do. I think this one's the wrong way around or something. Yeah. Oh no, you can unload. Yeah, these can unload into either lane. No, it's this one that's wrong. Because it unloads onto the same lane. Yeah, that's because it's the mirrored opposite. That is such a racket. And yeah, this one's this bottom one's correct and the top one's wrong. It sort of corrects itself there, but not really. The other thing I need to check is how many of storage thingies does this thing actually need? Because large inventories, there a case it was optimized in specific circumstances, but large inventories are a problem. Yeah, 5,400-ish. 32,000 with 9 minutes. Yeah, it's depleting fast now. It should actually turn around soon because it's only it's only 14 minutes in. Yeah, it goes to 10:30. It might actually be able to do a run a bit quicker and get through a bit shallower. Like, doesn't need to go for such a deep run. That'd be good if that was the case, because that means it can cycle quicker. Oh yeah, you're returning as well. What do you got? Hour and 20. Still a long way off the next research, the productivity research. Yeah, 140. This base is really only good for up to about 100 million science, and then it really starts to struggle. I mean, it's funny because that is unthinkable amounts of science from 1.1, but in space age, this space's upper limit is about 120 million science a minute. Up goes the Gleber. Up goes the rest of the Gleber. Yeah, you don't need any attention. Now you... Can we start... Gleber... Importing. Riser funnel, isn't it? Whereabouts was that? Hang on, let me just do this bit first. Let me check that. And just import 30,000 of these things. Oh, I just ejected your entire contents. I think it was pretty close. Oh, it wasn't the entirety of it. Just before offloading. Oh, yeah. I was in two minds about that, but it seems to be more than enough. Because the circuit network, like, the trains coming in are circuit controlled, so it isn't that much going on. But it would benefit from 2 and maybe stacking trains behind. So, like, have up to 3 trains that can line up behind a 4th one that's unloading, and have, like, up to 4 trains allocated to a stop at a time. Currently, with this current, the reason I say that is with this current system, sometimes 2 trains can be allocated to the same stop at the same time if there's too much missing from one lab build. Like if there's Electromag missing and also like Gleber missing and Promethium also missing. Oh, it was just hatching time. Yeah, it can get into that. It is a valid point. I will say that. It is actually, it is a legitimate point you make. That last inserter doesn't do anything. And that is bottlenecking it. What are we at? 5 minutes with 13,000. Like, this really needs to come up in the middle. How many inserters is it? 17. That one actually? Yeah, that one's swinging. I legitimately can't see it swinging. And yeah, these two don't do anything, so... 5... 6, 7, 14. Which is basically what it was before, strangely enough. Yeah, I might knock out that hatch and that hatch and... that hatch? No, it's got to be at the back. That's annoying. I mean, I got like an extra 5 hatches, so it doesn't matter. Yes, turn round now. Now we've gone back together. I'm gonna chew through the eggs. Four and a half minutes. 4 minutes 40. That'll be the 4 minutes 40 will be the second batch of eggs. The clockers for the first, because they come in they arrive in 2 batches of 60,000, and so the clocker starts aligned with those, whereas these are from the second batch, so the time's a little bit higher. It's got like an extra 20-30 seconds, whatever it is between the launches. Just waiting for these to be cleaned out, and then I can think about rearranging it. I think Fagora's going to be the one that lets the team down. It's technically me, because I keep refusing to build bigger Fagora. But meh. The research at this base has reached the end of what's possible. 2 million ESPM, that's sort of the upper limit. Which is about right for what I expected. I was thinking like 2.5 or something. It's interesting, it's still, 2 or 3 hours to finish the final productivity research for each of the materials. That one, like, worst one being rocket productivity at 383 million. But yeah, they're all over 100 million, so it's like 2 hours each. It's why I need to make the rail bus a 500,000 or more science a minute. It's going to be a big base. Ah, we used up all the biter eggs. Okay. Maybe I should actually just put rail on the... No, no, I need... What was... I think it was that one, 7. I normally had on the bottom. Something like that. Can I cut that? Yes, I can. We have 2 minutes, 8 minutes. What did the clock hit? 3 minutes. I could probably take an extra 10,000. Maybe 20,000. Just by those improvements. What was that? 5 and 10. And that's 7. 5. Eight and 8. So that's 9 and 8. So that's about as even as it gets. Oh, it has to be right there. Oh, you're already off by 1. Oh, that's 3. Three's bad because it won't reach. There. Suppose it could be a bit up 1. No harm in that, because that becomes... Oh no, that becomes 7. Then it becomes 9, and then you become 8. It also doesn't actually need a splitter here. There you go, the biters. Just saw them getting zapped. Yeah. Wasn't that brought it down to? Okay, so I only lost 1 cargo bay there. But that should be a bit more even now. Oh, yeah, there's a biter there too. How much did it make? Should be like yeah, 359,000. Yeah, I just gotta figure out how to get this into here as well. Alrighty, you go there. Brings it down to 122. And that says that that has to be there. Move that there. I don't need it though. That's the thing. Like, I'm obsessing over the hatches, and I don't really need them. Or the cargo bays, and I don't need them. Maybe do something like that. It's more just filling in the space, really. Now, fill in the space with laser turrets. That'll make me feel better. Okay, that should fill this thing up with chunklets. Maybe. Or not. Or they just straight up got deleted. Or they found their way into there. It's anyone's guess, really. The fact that this is swinging and failing to put them in suggests that that's probably what happened. Yeah, I'd lost 2 cargo bay hatches, actually. Re-add one there. But as I say, like, I only need 120. I don't need any more. This thing's using 1,800 out of 6,000, so there's a fairly good chance that I could change most of them back down to normal hatches. Like, I don't need the legendary hatches, other than maybe for the hit points, but again, that's not really necessary. You got 26,000 now. So yeah, I want to make you keeper of the... Gleba keeper of the thingies. After 1 AM here, it was up till 4 AM yesterday. I need to get to bed. Too many things to do in the morning. That's a good idea, getting to bed, if you've been up all night the previous night. Otherwise, it will wreck you for the third day. The third day is where you start to really feel it. And if this thing's good enough, I might actually copy-paste it and have another one. In theory, 12 of these keeps Prometheum going continuously. At the same time, I'd probably get it up to like 50... Get it up to only 50,000 or something like that. Another thing that could be done with this is also extend the length of it and, you know, give it more capacity so it can carry more eggs and do more work. It actually also isn't slowing down. The slowdown isn't working. I think I might need to figure that one out. It's past slowdown time. I might be I might actually be reconnected now. It turns off a few... one of them turns off one thruster, the other turns off 2 thrusters to a maximum of 3 thrusters. So as to slow down a little bit and make sure you actually scoop everything on the turnaround and return journey. Just because it's doing... I mean, it doesn't matter now because the damage is high enough, but when I first made this thing, it wasn't able to keep up with... Like, it was moving too fast for the damage it was doing to the asteroids. So it wasn't keeping up. On the other note, on a related note... Yeah, 1.3, 1.7... I think it is actually running a little bit better now with only 2 reactors. It's hardly doing anything. It's probably true of a lot of these. You only got 2. There's one that I think has 3, and it doesn't need it as well. Looks like this one does need it. I mean, it's... one could... it's more than what one could do. It doesn't need much more than 1, though. I think that was the conclusion. And that's why it's only got 6, not 8. See, at some point I must have thought of it. Oh, must have seen it as well. I got 1 to 3. It's all rare. That's an old platform if it's only got rare. Could be worse. Could have nuclear. Yeah, I'm sure there was a platform that has more than everything else as far as reactors go. Might have cleaned it up. Whew, anyway, yeah, Prometheus EM's draining as well. So that'll be the end of that. Right, what about Vulcanus? I don't think Vulcanus needs anything else. It's basically like in a permanent state. Did I? Oh yeah, I started adding efficiency modules to the silos. There's no reason not to. They're not bottlenecked on speed. You could probably do two efficiency modules, and that'd really flatten out that power demand. Yeah, 38 megawatts. Just silly. Say that actually on Gleba. try 2. So it's 15.6, 7.38. Does it not actually have another... dear. Shouldn't you make efficiency modules? Man, you got the icon for it. Might be a Nervous thing. I might have done it on Nervous. I did do it on Nervous. I don't know why. Yeah, it's there. Alright, follow-up question. Is it in the postal platform? Yes. Yes, it is. I gotta keep somewhat of an eye on this thing because the key is still on board. It didn't drop the key, so I need to see what happens this time round. Why did you buff stuff onto the floor? It's probably because this thing's completely full of GPUs. No, I was wondering if the postal service is still here. No, it's already made it to Vulcanus and moving on. Oh, something dropped it. Oh, it might have been you. Alright, so what I wanted to know was... Yeah, see it's down to 798 kilowatts. Whereas this is at 15 megawatts. So let's see. Look at that. Like, it doesn't need the speed. You wouldn't even notice. So yeah, I think 2 and 2 is the way to go. It makes sense, really, because silos are always animation limited. They're never, apart from early game, they're never, or at least in Megabase. Just keep adding prefaces to it. But yeah, it's like you never really need speed because you always end up animation limited, unless it's early game, when you don't have the modules and beacons, or the productivity research or whatever. In a Megabase, it's always going to be as fast as possible. Alright, so we'll mark those, and let's just see what that does to the actual curve. Oh, you're on your way to Aquilo. Like, you can see it pegging... yeah. Actually, now's a good time to look. If I can manage it. You know, 7.5, 8 gigawatts. That seems entirely reasonable. 8.8 gigawatts. 8.8. Whereas I've now got it... that's immediately pulled it down to 8.3, interestingly. I haven't even done these too. I don't know. I was just eyeballing. There's a lot of gaps here. I was like, is that actually okay? Yeah, it's right on the margins, this thing. Just barely enough. And you're heading out and you're coming in. Alright. How's this looking? Hour 7. Is it? Yeah, EM. EM's going to be mostly empty. I was actually really hoping I can get the next research productivity done. What is it? 65. Because the next productivity should push it over 2 million science a minute. Topping off that one would be good too. Alright, your headings are clever. This could be an interesting one, actually. I might need a... I'm in two minds about the quantum processor thing. Because I need a condition for that as well when I'm here. So the circuit condition... That, and cargo... Greater than... well, that doesn't really matter. Yeah, problem is it's already there. How about I use that signal? That greater than 0. Then it's free to move on. All right. It's probably because, in a roundabout way, it is, because we both got it from the same place. Alright, we're going to dump your stuff. You're going to request your replacement GPUs. Yeah, I think I'll keep it on Narvis for now. I'm not going to worry about Gleber. There. Alright, what do you got? 12,000. I almost need a light here to say biters are being loaded. What activates you? A greater than 0. Which should happen now. Yep. I'm not quite sure what the flicker was. Interesting. It should be very assertive like that. Oh, that might be also a problem. Maybe. Right, yep. Yes, it's looping. Why are you looping? Planets equal to 0. And away it goes again. Oh! I'm an idiot. I just realised. This hub isn't requesting it. Do I even need that? No. Can add a new one. Yeah. That would explain it. Right, how are we doing now? In theory, it should have actually boosted the... Yeah, 21,000, which I think is... 16,000. Yeah, that's the first one. 16,000. Now it's 7... okay. 17,000. That's better. Yeah, a little lump, and then it settles down. That one's 16,000. So it's probably got an extra K out of it. It should be a little more even on the drain. That last inserter isn't doing anything still. It's interesting, this belt seems like it's stuttering. I may have the position wrong though. Yeah, you're 9. Well, you're 9. 5, 6, 6, 7, 8. Then 5 and 4 is 9, yeah. And that one is going though. Well, either way. Alright, how are we doing? Even the trains don't seem that busy in the grand scheme of things. This is the thing that's really interesting. Like, this is how you know it's really into the completion stage, even though the Fulgora is only 80,000 a minute. It's all sort of balanced. Like, it's all settling down and being consistent. It's not needing constant touching to fix things. I don't need to do like stone trains anymore. It's all working out. I'm not actually sure what research would stress it in a different way. Yeah, that's an example of something that needs to be dealt with. Like, it's never going to go into the cross paths with this train, and so they don't need to merge in the first place. And that's where they split. So, like, these two tracks here need to slip under there and over here and over here. And that's sort of what I was alluding to before. So you need to do a little bit of that. A little bit of track work here. So that merges there. That doesn't merge there, but in fact merges here. Doop, doop, doop. Doop, doop, doop. Doop and doop. There. Oop, you're still flashing. You're a little upset. There, be less upset. And I just gotta figure out how to wrangle all this lot in. Alright, so I got my two tracks. Nominally two tracks. Alright, you need to go over there, and you need to go over there. Like that. We're going to say bye-bye to the poles. And the radar, for that matter, too. There, there, and there. You go there. Let's do that the other way around in a moment. That's no good. There might not actually be enough room for this. Yeah. We'll see. Oh, chuck a support there. And yeah, just barely. There and there. There and there. Right. Hello there, Monsieur Tucker Bear. Is there a missing signal as well? No? I mean, it probably doesn't hurt. Oh, that's why. But yeah, it comes back to that point. They're going around, these are going in. So they don't need to merge to then split again. Like these here are guaranteed never to go in. Problem is that you go the ones that go in need to be on the outside lane. The ones that don't are on the inside lane. They actually sort of swap, which is inconvenient. There. So how's Tucker doing? There. I've got to bend my brain to try and make this work. Okay. Right, I'm going to clear out this track for now, just because I don't need to think about it. So this is sweating. It's the third heat wave this summer. Just everyone's sweating over there at the minute. Veldak was talking earlier about how concocting cooling solutions. Yeah, so that train that comes through here. Here. No, you need to be on that line. Where do you come from? Is it this one? Yes, it's this one. And why do you merge with you? Because of that. Yeah, this one. Oops. Needs to be down on the bottom. And you need to stay there. But I need a way for these trains to like slide up. Morning, Monsieur Beardless Dane. I could pull the two down. This thing can stay here as a way of, like, shuffling these over one. So like this, I mean, I can drop that, and then this one can hop over and they can, you know, wrangle each other into the right position. But I need to get... yeah, you need to go up there, and then you got to get down here. I keep going round and round in circles, but I really want to make sure it's clear in my head as to what my plan of attack is. That's also inconvenient that it wants to go right in the middle of where a signal is. Usually when that happens, the best solution is to split the difference. The best outcome is to avoid it entirely. That's the wrong one. I suppose in one of these situations, probably easier to just hop over the lot. There we go. Oh dear. That wasn't entirely intended. There. Right, so that connects there. You come to here. But it's still this track here. I suppose... That track there? No. This track here is meant to do... that track. Actually, before I do that, does this track... Yeah, there's a Y junction. What I wanted to know was there a Y junction here? And there is. There is. What do you do? Yeah, you Y there, you... Y junction here. Ah, yeah, and then it goes down there. Yep. You always forget about elevator rails? It's easy to... I mean, it's a new habit to form, more so than it's easy to forget. We're so hard coded to not needing it, or to work around it, that we don't really think. It's not something that we think about consciously. What are we at? 15 minutes. We're halfway through the biter clock. You're all gummed up. Why are you all gummed up? Because the train's over there. So why is it up there? Because you're up there. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Yeah, you... come up there. Then... what was that? Rocket part productivity. How are we looking on supplies? It's recovered a little bit. Alright, so what I'm thinking instead is something like that. Can you not? Apparently not. Alright, so now it goes all the way down there. You get to choose. Oh, they both get to choose. Yeah, both incomings get to choose which path to take. I'm sort of hoping I'd see a full train go in. Not like that one. That isn't science pack train either. There we are. Yeah, so you come along here, you zip up there, then you zip down here, and through like that. And it's and it's a beautiful symphony of motion as the trains find their home. It's also interesting how the trains periodically, as you know, as one path gets busy, they divert to a different one. Oh, look at that. 3 stone trains, 2 full, 1 empty. Two go in and 1 breaks away. Is it not a beautiful sight? All trains at once. That's what we want to see. And more importantly, not all blocking each other. Right, so this one, it does need to dip down. Yeah, you go over there. I still want this path so that can, for whatever reason, this one can get back into the base. But it sort of just exists. It doesn't need to be there for any real reason. But it does mean I need to flip them round. Oh. Huh. Uh-oh. Why have you stopped? That's bad. You don't have water. Why don't you have water? Oh, that's broken. How is that broken? You're not allowed to break. It's not allowed. Make that 37. That is a problem. What's the biter clock? 10 minutes. What do you still have? 52. I need the dumping system now. Right, you go up there. You go up there. I know this is removing laser turrets. Go to you. Oh, you don't really have a compatible thingy. The fact that it ran out of ice is astonishing. This thing is that design has been to the Shattered Planet and back. I don't get that. Egg, what are you doing for eggs at the minute? 3,500, 4,500. No, that's not it's definitely not fast enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't remember what the signal is. I think it's that. Yep, that's flashing. So that means it's it should be wanting to dump right now. After all that discussion about, yeah, I probably don't need it, and then turns out, yeah, I need it. Do I or don't I need it? And I do need it. Conveniently, there's this whole section here that I can make use of. Possibly, maybe, probably not. Yeah, I don't need a dumping system, it just always works. I feel like to some extent I somewhat brought it upon myself by saying so. The act of me confidently saying that it will work is what brought it. Yeah, you don't until I don't need it until I don't have it. And then suddenly I very much do need it. Except that I don't have it. It's actually lucky that I did do some damage. But yeah, that's why I keep a little bit of extra supply on hand. Instead of filters. Thank you very much for that. Very important. I don't want to be dumping Prometheum science off the side. Yeah, that's why. But I also wanted to make sure that wasn't going to do something it shouldn't. There should be like a cross or a skull signal. And I don't know why it's not generating one. Or is it? Oh, it might have been the cross signal. Red cross. The no, you don't go signal. Yeah, that'll be the it is the cross signal. Emergency egg drop. It's funny. I'm pushing the egg timer to still squeeze as much Prometheum out of it, just in case. Problem is, oh, you should have slowed down, actually. Yeah. Soon as D. D is 15k. So why aren't you? I'm not sure if it's meant to be the red wire or the green wire or what. Just cross-link stuff in some very strange ways. Well, either way, the eggs are getting very thin. You're supposed to be dumping and you're not, so the manual dump away it is. So that is 14,400 a minute that belt dumps. So it doesn't actually have that long to dump. I guess I could do it in 3. It is using some as Prometheum science, so it's got that going for it. I could always just tell it to turn around again and collect some more Prometheum. Oh, yeah, no. It can't. The interrupter's in. The damage interrupter's overridden it. It's taken damage, it's going back to Nervous. Alright, what do we got? 10,000 left. It's fine. What's the hatches actually? 123. Okay. After all that, you still have the hatches. That's the important thing. Ah, there's the egg alarm. Yep, so it's trying to abort it anyway. I think that green wire is actually meant to be connected there. So there's still something wrong with the wiring. Oh, now it's happy. Must have ran out very early on. What productivity do you get on science making? Well, research productivity 64. How do you mean? It's all legendary prod 3s, and it's all that stuff. Alright, they're all gone. Minute and a half. Oh, yeah. Only 200%. These should actually also be spoiled first. Yeah. Plus the inherent 50% productivity of the labs. Plus the 50% drain speed. So I suppose technically 300%. I think. Does that work out? No, the 50%. No, yeah, the 50% drain means you get you get twice as much out of the science pack. I always get tripped up on that one. Yeah, it should be twice. You get the science packs are effectively worth double, so it's 50% more there, and then 250. Or am I? No, I'm double counting it, aren't I? What's the damage? Still 15,000. Doing a run with 50 with more quality levels. We hit 300%. A lot now. So add quality. Oh, you've got like 7 quality levels on that map, don't you? %740%. Well, yeah. Those plus the research prod. Hang on, where is it? Yeah, it has a drain of 50%. It doesn't have a productivity as such. That's I was right. I was double counting it. I was counting the productivity, not the drain. Oh, 47. What was it? I think it was last time I heard of it. I think you had done 7. That might have been what I was thinking of. Oh yeah, it's dropping 50 at a time on Glebber. No, just as I say it, more efficiency modules are going out. So what has that done? Actually, this is a good moment to check. Yeah, look at that. It's flattened. It's knocked 5 gigawatts off the power drain. You can actually see is like 6. You know, before I started doing efficiency, 8.2, 7, 6.5. It's just coming down and down and down. So yeah, there is merit in doing half and half. There is definitely definitely worth using efficiency modules. I suppose, as it was pointed out, that I did admittedly overlook, and I should have really considered it, is that legendary silos are actually better in that regard, because they have 2.5 times the crafting speed, which means they do it quicker for the same amount of work, which means that they are more energy efficient, even more energy efficient. I think legendary is plenty for space age. Yeah, it's like one of those like that 50 science pack mod. Yeah, you go there. So how did they end up like this in this tangled mess? That I don't remember, how I ended up with this particular tangle. Alright, you don't go anywhere. Yeah, this one still has the choice of going down there, which is fine. So this one and this one now. So wherever these merge, I think they're way, yeah, it's like way back here. Oh, that's why, because it bends up there. Ah. Space Age might have too many qualities. The step up from common to uncommon is too small to care about, but the jump from common to rare is worthwhile. But then the jump from rare to epic isn't worthwhile, but the jump from rare to legendary is. Yeah, that was actually by design. At some point, I don't remember where I heard it, but they actually said, Kvorix actually said that legendary was meant to be an absurd jump. So like, where's the beacon curve? Like everything is balanced around the first 4 being fair. You know, see, it's fairly uniform steps, and then you have legendary as just this wild outlier, and that was sort of their intention. It was to have normal baseline, a little bit better again. Yeah, a rewarding peak over baseline, and then just stupidity. Yeah, it's like it goes from 1, 1.3, 1.6, 1.9, 2.5. If it was consistent, it would be, 2.2. You can see it's just all been massaged up a little bit. A little different with accumulators though, since uncommon doubles the capacity. Oh yeah, accumulators are a weird one. Because it goes up in steps of 5, so it's actually... uncommon is actually the best jump, because it doubles it, whereas... well, I suppose rare triples it, quadruples it for epic, but... The equivalent is... the equivalent of the first step is a lot less. Because it's only 5 for each tier, whereas the first... Yeah, the first tier is double, whereas it's only a third better, then a quarter better. But then Legendary comes in and just goes from 20 to 30 again. Which is, again, only a third better. Third better? Half better. Something like that. But yeah, the reason why accumulators are a weird one is that the input-output limit is the limiting factor of these things. 750 kilowatts is a little low, and so you have a real hard time pulling energy out of them. So you have capacity for a long time, but you don't have the ability to draw on... You have a large capacity, but you don't have any ability to draw on it. You better not be calling for biters or something. No good. 50% better. Now, where was I looking? D. Okay, D is 0. Off to Gleba. I think it's finished. Yeah, it's finished repairing. It's replaced the stuff that needs to be replaced. It's probably, yep, full of stuff. See, it actually does latch in the fault state. Hang on. Oh, you still have it. Yeah, I mean, I could have just hovered over the belt to tell me. That's right. I failed that several times. Okay, so yeah, it still has the key. Let's see what happens when we get to Narvis. But yeah, the flight doctor... cross is still 0. You should be latched in though. At D... Yeah, the damage latch is there. Your cross of 0. You actually should be D of 0. Okay, there's a bit of a hole in the logic there. I mean, this thing, it's going to block it anyway. It's the only thing blocking it. Which is troubling. But it'll block it anyway, because it's latched in the damage. Once damage is read, it's a memory cell, and yeah, forget how to clear it. I got to... oh yeah, I got to untick this. I've got to reset it to reset a flight. I don't want to send it just yet, because this one's actually loading at the minute. Why are you stopped? Because of trains. I mean, it makes sense. It's a train is stopped for other trains. Whoever would have guessed? Right, first things first. We'll need a bit of that. That's there, that's there. The weeble wobbles that does. There's actually, now that I'm looking at it, doesn't need to do that. The bot was like, "Yay! I get to pull something up," and then the train goes. I was like, "Oh, I don't want to be crushed by train." And so it pulls away. The hell did I do? That's what I did. I plugged into the wrong hole. You go there. Oh dear. There. Yeah, then you go there. Because it doesn't need to do all of this silliness. There we go. Angry trains? Probably. Does mean I could potentially pull this further back too. That merges there. And that's the line coming in. You merge. So merging up here is what goes through. Down here is what goes, well, down. Yeah, you come here. That's the committed to down there line. So you either want to... Oh, you need to run up. I need room for another track is what I need. Yeah, I need this track here to be up here. Oh, it doesn't seem to affect it as much. It's probably because the trains tend to lean on one path over the other. But yeah, they always seem to come down that one. There is nothing happening here, by the way. I mean, research productivity is basically dead. Could probably start this thing up again too. Alright, the key is still sitting there, but we are calling for biters. It's at nervous, so it doesn't want to unload. There it goes. Finally did it. Finally got that right. probably just make that OR. So that when it has biters, then it wants to get rid of the key because the A signal cancels itself. And then I can just keep this, I can have equal to 0 there. Yeah. So it's happy to unload it from the hub at this point. Oh, I need to monitor this as well because it doesn't have the buffer. Thought about that. And the key carrier has dumped it at Gleba. Which is surprising to see that thin. That one machine of each supply usually is enough. Oh no, it was just dropping it off at Gleba now. So while it's landing at Gleba, what's the clock say? 52, perfect. So I don't need to gate launches from the spawners because in the time it takes to shuffle the key, the clocks run down. And that was something I was really interested to see. It's good to know. Yeah, this because of the research productivity, it's falling and falling. The base has gone very quiet. Well, in that case, we'll switch over to steel productivity. Speaking of, well, thinking of mining productivity, mining productivity still isn't high enough. See that? Mining drill actually ran out. There's actually a few like that. I think another quality one ran out too. Yeah, another legendary copper drill ran out. There's a few others around. So there's like one with 3 that have run out. Ah, yeah, there it is. Or was it 3 total I saw? I don't really remember. That one's okay. This one again? No, it seemed to have settled down. It's not very... You see, everything's just idling down. Oh, dear. That's an inconvenience. You're now stuck. Was something... So, the reason it's stuck is something that I really should have fixed when I first designed this thing. It's something that I knew was going to be a problem because I've done it before. Like, I've actually done this thing before. So what happens... This thing's wired to the signal to negate itself if there's already a train in there. But if one gets allocated a train, it needs to knock out the opposite side. So it actually needs a wire to the other side. Like that. I love it when the inconsistent wire click and drag actually works. Still can't reach. If it was particularly crafty, I would use like legendary poles or something. Trouble is, I don't really see much value in like legendary poles as such. Like, yeah, it has like 40 something tiles, but it's really just... I always say this, it really just exists for the chunk line people. We can have everything chunk aligned. 3, 1, 2. That would be a lot easier if I was, if I had, oh yeah, see, they're all gone now. Just make the base work again. Oh yeah, that is basically the middle. There. Green and green. Actually, let's see. So there. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yep, that pole is indeed in the middle. So I want to be like that. Just a minor point of pedantry. There. Doesn't feel like... Okay, it is max reach. Just something feels wrong with the spacing. I was right. It's in the wrong hole. Should be there. Yes, this interesting thing with the click and drag. If I hover and then let go, it disconnects the wires, making it effectively useless for most circumstances. You're gonna need that for both, aren't you? Yep, it indeed is. Alright, let's disconnect all the copper, the mess of copper wire. Of course you don't reach. Why would you reach? That would be far too easy. What's it? Prometheum and platform at the same time. The Pratform. What are you up to? Okay, you're just 100,000 in. Hardly done anything yet. It'll probably have to do a dump of eggs. Hopefully it'll only need to do one dump cycle and then it'll be okay, but we'll see. Now I've got to remember what the sequence was for this. You, green. We need retrain count, read stop, read, and set train limit. So your train limit is set by A. Train count is B. Let's get rid of that so there's less pollution. And we come over here, like that. Except that this one is now B, and this one is A. Isn't it? It's got a train of 1. We're sending that. No. Yeah, because the presence of the train is telling it it has a limit of 1. So I need the opposite. So when there is a train assigned, I want no train over here. Which means I do need a combinator. I can't do it without a combinator. I was trying to come up with a way. I'm sure there's a way to do it without a combinator. I just don't remember what it is. If such a technique existed. I mean, having said that, I could probably just look up one of my old designs that used it. It'd probably tell me. Enable disable. That's true. Enable disable does some weird things. In 2.0 though. It's probably actually how I used to do it. Which one is it? That one. I'll try it. So when B is equal to 0, train limit is A. So it like doesn't behave. It behaves just like setting the train limit, which I suppose, come to think of it, is actually might be useful in this case. I'll change that to what happens if I just permanently set it to 1? Make this B an A. And then train limit is C. Hang on, did I? No, I don't want to set train limit. I just want to permanently set that to 1. When A is equal to 0 and we output B. So yeah, it's now disabled. That might work. Right here. So this one, yeah, it should be allocated. Guessing you at some point were expecting a train to come to a stop and it get disabled mid to reroute and it didn't. Yeah. Normally when you disable a stop, the train isn't allowed to go there anymore. And it's like if it can't redirect, it'll just slam to a stop and say no path. It doesn't do that anymore. It will... What I found is that sometimes, even when it's disabled... No. Yeah. Even if it's disabled, it still commits to the stop. The other thing is that if you disable a stop, in the train orders, it used to skip over that stop and go and wait for the... and go to the next... in line, which it doesn't do now. So that one's on. Yeah, that one's off. So when a train stop is disabled now, a train just sits there waiting for it to be enabled. That is true, Solbern. Well, the problem we were facing was that it needed a combinator to invert the signal. What's our clock? 14 minutes. And what are we at? 91,000. We've hardly touched our biters. We've hardly touched them. Yeah. There was no buffer, so they will need to dump. Yeah, that one's in, and that one's disabled. So that is actually working correctly. Yeah, the thing about how that logic changed is annoying. Shift mother, you hardly touched your biter eggs. Dear. Yeah, I used to rely heavily on how the trains used to behave with disabled stops. I can see why they changed it. So the... Wait, why are you... Oh yeah, because you already got a train allocated. That's why that's disabled. Like, having the train slam to a stop is really annoying, so I can see why that was changed. But not having them skip to the next order anymore is actually annoying, because, like, I used to use that for the outpost supply system. And so it would skip over stops that didn't need supplies in the list. And that was because it was bringing supplies on demand. So it would deliver stuff to a stop that didn't need it. Yeah, interrupts can do that now. Oh, I have a way of doing that now. It is... Yeah, it is actually done with interrupts. It's just annoying to implement. It's not simple. Because it has to be sent a circuit signal. And then that brings in some annoying limits, and it actually needs a fair bit of logic to make it work. I miss the fading colours. I don't like the snap colours anymore. The snap colours that it is now. You. Oh, you're 8 minutes. You really need to start dumping. What is that? That is 14, 28... 4 minutes for 56,000. And it's only eating like 5,000 a minute. I need to lower it to like 30,000. Bye-bye, biters. You shall be one with the Promethium now and all the asteroid chunks. Knowing the biters, they would colonize the huge chunks. You know, just colonize a few of these huge chunks along the way. Then get railgunned. I'm sure that looks amazing, doesn't it? Up close and personal with the chunks. It's all just a coloured blur. It's funny how it always comes in on an angle on the side. So the longer the platform, the more chance there is of a hit on the side. The bonus is that it means there's some extra Promethium scavenging that can be done. It's almost an argument for a triangular-shaped platform. What's the explosive damage? Good question. It is 20 or 19, which probably should be raised up a bit. It's a bit low. Right, what have we got? 6 minutes, and we're at 30. So it should be. It'll be close. It'll be close, but it'll get there. I've only been out for 22 minutes and flying, for, collecting Promethium for 17 minutes, nearly 17 and a half minutes. Why are you there? Why are you out of stuff? You never run out of stuff. This platform literally... I suppose I did kind of tinker with it. Why is there... Oh, I see why. I do big dumb. It's funny how bunched up they get to be. How you doing? Now, hopefully at some point it'll grab one lump of ice that it can then turn into... There we go. That it can then turn into go-go juice. Must be calculating the dump time into the timer as the extra piece of mind that'll always dump on time. My trouble is I really ride the line. Like, it only I only really aim for about... 2 minutes on the clock. Wonder what would be nice middle ground? Maybe a check mark on the schedule station. Platform have unloaded check mark, but this one says allow rerouting or something enabling. It will send a signal to the train and ask it to reroute the station. If set as disabled, maybe change the default behavior and attempt to reroute station. It gets into conditional orders, really. Like an if this then that type setup. Once this thing, I mean, admittedly, once this thing's running, it shouldn't be an issue. It just needed to dump this time because it didn't have a buffer. Like it, because it had used up its, or it didn't, yeah, because of the failed one, it didn't have a buffer. How did the materials stay glued to the conveyor in space? Wouldn't they just float away? That is one of the all-time questions, since the game, I mean, the game does approximate some things, but it is aware of the fact that a train would float away if you put it on a belt in space. Interrupts are not used. Yeah, the interrupts are only evaluated in... It stops. Unless you're a platform in Prometheum space, then it's evaluated continuously. It's also a shame the circuit interrupts are extremely limited in what they do, and they're vulnerable to signal pollution. Yes, the biters are low. The biter clock is low. It's only at there's only 7,000 left. It's fine. You got ages of time. Oodles of time. Admittedly, it'll probably start dumping on its own. It should have actually started dumping by now. Why aren't you dumping? Because the wire's not connected. That's a separate issue. You know, dumping only really works if you have the wire actually connected to dump. I think it was meant to be on the green. As I say, I'm pretty sure this green wire was actually meant to plug in here. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, most of it is just for clocks. Like the biter clock, the flight clock, and the Prometheum clock, the interstellar clock. Like, the bulk of the logic for actually doing is that there. I suppose there is a little bit here as well. Oh no, that's... Yep, that does the flashy lights. That's the clock. That's probably the clock. That's part of the alarm system. There it goes. Yeah, that's that clock. That's the... Yeah, that's the well, a lot of it is just for the displays. So many circuits. Yeah, as I say, like a lot of these are just for these displays, because I wanted to get some times on how the flights perform. The downside to doing that, see 58 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, displays are very important. Like, you need a little flashing light to tell you you're collecting Prometheum, or you're in you're past the solar system edge. It's very important. But yeah, a lot of the logic is pretty simple, relatively speaking. And as I was saying, with this thing not actually dumping biter eggs when the warning was going off, it's because the wire's not connected. Yeah, the problem with combinators is that when you make it, it's really easy to understand. When you come back to it 6 months later, 3 months later, you had no idea what's going on. And that is the case with this. Alright, it's pure Prometheum collection now. Only finished one space age run and haven't continued since? Oh, really? You haven't actually done more? Uh-oh, why are you angry? You did a partial... Either you're out of Bioflux... Yeah, I try to add as much text as I can. Either you did a partial launch, or you were out of Bioflux. Unfortunately, I didn't really get to see what it was. It was, and it was probably a partial launch. But I don't know why. There's also this whole thing about programming and documentation. Yeah, so we're at 300% productivity on the silos. We don't need prod mods anymore. Yeah, it's actually only just hit max. I only did that like an hour ago. Over here, we're doing speed and efficiency. Actually, are you... Oh yeah, it's finished. What are we looking like? We haven't launched anything recently. Okay, I need to... not you. Oh, it's actually already partly done anyway. Oh, we're dumping... I think we're dumping... No, we're not. There's a certain bot pattern, and when you see it, it means spoiled Gleba science is being burnt. Look at it go. Meow. What you got on you? Oh. I don't know why it does that. It should be all nice numbers, but for some reason... It's probably because it's boiling. Legendary captive spawn? Nah, just common. I didn't bother with legendary biter spawners. I think you're meant to set these as like maybe set the number a bit better, but also set the inserters to like stack size 10 or something. Can you just like dump those, please? Thank you. Your code is self-documenting. Well, yeah, my code is self-documenting. Thank you very much. It doesn't need documentation. Add to color the progress bars. That was with a script, a Python script that generates a that generates these things. So you tell it what... I think it actually generated a blueprint with all of them pre-placed. I just edited it to put in the RGB values that I thought were about right for Promethium and for biter eggs. It didn't actually generate Promethium chunks and biter eggs. I don't remember where I found it though. It was on GitHub. But yeah, it just generated like all of the science. The one that I had generated all of the sciences. Oh, that was quick. I'll do another one. Just to be sure. Oh yeah, we want to be here. So, what was it? Yeah, 3.1 gigawatts instead of 8. So yeah, I'm quite happy with that. Efficiency modules in your silos, definitely. Seif has a 40 hours one, and you don't... I need to do the 40-hour one as well. I haven't done it yet. Going to bed, have a long day at work. Oh yeah, you better... You'd be way after midnight by now. Ooh, 9 to 5:30. That's a long one. Alright, have a good night. Good luck tomorrow. I actually had a few really long ones, long week. I had 9-hour day last week. And 2 8-hours this week. Alright, what is missing? Oh, yep. It's waiting to be delivered. Yeah, 40 hours to get to the edge. Where is it? Those 3 I need to do. Hands clean, and the 2 speed ones. I'm also noticing I'm not at 60. Hey, look at that, 15.5. 14. Where's it all going? Peak of 22. Planets. Electric network. Electric network is actually pretty good. Heat network. I mean, the whole nuclear thing's not helping things. Turret target acquisition? I'm not familiar with that one too much. Map gen. Space platforms. Logistics manager. Trains. Trains are pretty far up there. Says, yeah, Promethium is a big one that sort of kills performance. Agricultural. I haven't actually really looked at this yet. Assembly machine. Assembly machine less than 0.1, less than 1. I mean, it's 0.8, it's high, but it's not bad. Asteroid collector. That is a 0.1 is going into 1.3 for the peak is... Like, they're peaking at 1.2, so it's actually a very bursty... That's not great. Boiler, that includes all power. I think that actually includes fusion. Fusion's actually quite bad for UPS. That's why I sort of pulled them off. That's why I pulled up the fusion on Vulcanus. You should actually do it on Gleber as well. Oh no, there's a fusion generator, never mind. Okay, it's basically nothing. Never mind. I stand corrected. Inserter only 1.3, 1.4 is really low. It's actually impressive. Hang on, it's gone right down. Still at 13. It's better than nuclear just because it's smaller, but because it's 2 lots of fluids, it does add up a lot. I'm actually expecting most of it to be in biters because there's biter islands. Yeah, enemy spawner, explosion, generator, mining drill shouldn't be anything. Pump. Forgot about that. Yeah. 1.7. Yeah, unit. That's one just being burnt away for no reason. Yeah, I'm fully aware of that. Like over here was the one I pointed out earlier. That's a biter island up there. There's several down there. Just the biolab pollution is just out of control. Problem is, it just keeps growing and growing. Now I'll send them up to the frontier. Let me just check up on you. Okay, yeah, it's fully backed up. Pollution, what's that? It's that red thing that burns your eyes when you open the map. It's never a good thing when the debug's open. Generally, no. Long belts are also bad. Where was it? There. Forest, huge swaths of land. That's the interesting thing that I discovered is that I sort of can't because there's so much desert. I can't plant trees. You need to, in the future or for the next base, I need to pre-plan where I put. I need to pre-plan where I put the labs so I can plant trees around them. Oh, I got the wrong one. I was wondering why I wasn't deploying. Nope, you can't plant trees on sand. Or you can't plant it on sand specifically. And you can't plant them on landfill. Should actually try the Tesla gun again, now that I've leveled it up. Leveled up electric damage. I mean, the destroyer caps are still going to always just be better. Oh, can you imagine there used to be this mod which added planes, being able to remote control planes to bomb by the spawners. Would be amazing. Yeah, Will discovered his lab build was annihilating UPS. I'm actually surprised it was eating as much as it did. Like one of the things we learned early on with the upgraded belts, or the updated belt, or when we first got the belt optimization, one of the first things we learned was that, yeah, see, there's another failed attack. Is that long belts, I think it was like 1,000 tiles, is bad, and so you wanted to, and that's where belt stubs came from. But it seems the way that it merges, like the work is broken up into threads, and it seems the way that's broken up is determined by actual belts, and it includes splitters in that, so it doesn't break it into it doesn't arbitrarily split them into segments. The only way to do that's with inserters. It actually gave me a thought that sending the seeds back on agricultural towers is better using splitters, not better using inserters, not splitters. Sorry, the other way around. Which is how I'm doing it currently. Yeah, man. Hello, biters. How you doing today? Feeling extra bitey? Yeah, it's still sitting just short. Yeah, I'm feeling extra bitey. So it's 115,000 true SPM, or raw SPM, and 1.9 million ESPM. What's the plans for the next run? So next run, I want to do a rail bus, which was something I did in Factorio Extended in like version 18 or 17. I forget which. Might have even been version 16. No, I think it was 17. And that was a fun concept. I like the rail bus. And so I really want to give that a go again. Particularly with the... oh yeah, I'm over here. Particularly with the elevated rails. That was the one thing that kind of killed the rail bus concept, was everything had to be flat. And so now I want to see how that goes. And I want to do it with big trains this time. Like really stupidly big. Like 64 cargo wagons, kind of stupidly big. Where is it? There it is. I had a rail bus innie and outie concept going on here that I was sort of thinking about. Actually, I can probably try and load the game. It very likely won't work. Do I has it? There it is. I'm blind. I loaded up in 1.1 at some point. See, I only did 200 hours on that one too. Yeah, I don't have all of this stuff though. I just load. But you'll at least see the track. Like most of the stuff will just get deleted straight away. But you'll be able to see the sort of concept. Here it is here. So yeah, it's a main bus of rail, and it just runs in a big oval around the base. And this is like the staging for the different trains. And I remember we had yeah, I had a standard blueprint for the extractor. Different lines had different purposes. Like these two were the iron lines, these were the copper lines, coal and stone and such, circuits, and then science on the very inner one. And yeah, each build, so science was at the very beginning, and this was actually done on purpose too. So science was at the beginning, and then, or the labs was at the beginning, sorry. Then the space science, red science, green, blue, blue circuits. It was fully integrated. Each build took in only raw resources as well. So blue circuits made its own green circuits. So it only took in, you know, plastic, copper, and iron, for example. Or did it? I don't remember. I seem to remember that was how it worked, at least. Military, purple, yellow. Satellites. I was trying to read what that said. Yeah, satellites, which isn't a thing anymore, or it's removed. Yeah, satellites are still in base game, but they're not in this. I don't think. Yeah, sulfur modules, low density. Control units. That one's still removed. Somewhere in here, there it is. There's the nuclefaction. That is a nuclear reactor. There's like 4 nuclear reactors making steam for coal liquefaction, and we called it nuclefaction. Then with liquid iron and copper, or just it will be liquid iron and copper. I think that would be the way to go. I really don't remember how blue circuits were made, because it's taking in copper. I'm very confused. I really don't remember. Unfortunately, all the entities are deleted, so I don't know. And plastic afterwards. Yeah, everything was deliberately placed so that a train had to do a lap. So, like, the labs are at the very beginning of the rail bus, so that, like, the red science and the space science here had to go all the way round and back. The idea being is that they had to pass through this thing to buffer up the trains, and they would either well, actually no, the science ones didn't have a buffer, but all the others did, except for this one, which had a bypass. The other ones, yeah, they're the outbound for going out to find outposts, and then these are the inbounds. This was the limitation of lack of did this have train stop limits? It might not have, actually. Entirely possible it didn't. No, it didn't. Yeah, see, enable, disable. This is using enable, disable instead of train stop limits. Oh, it's because I have no armor. I have no armor, but I have fire and atomic bombs. Yeah, see, these are all red because they're all using enable, disable. Yeah. So this is basically what the concept is. This is the idea of the rail bus. And this is what I want to do again. What was it? 100, 200? Less than 200 hours is actually impressive. When this one's 518. Alrighty. Ooh, E. That sound like a monkey. Ooh, E. Now, you should get the key. We'll finally get to see if the key thing works. And if it does work, I'll give it to the other Go-Go Mobile. And if you don't know what I'm referring to, you gotta find the button.
I've got a problem with my Go-Go Mobile, and I was wondering if G-O-G-G-O G-O-G-G-O.
That sparks a memory, some neurons for some people. Okay, it's getting the key. This is good. There's another button for you. Yes, it put it on the belt there. Excellent.
Not happy, Dan!
Also good. When you break your fritz in your Go-Go Mobile. Down goes the Promethean. Alright, you... How are we gonna No, I don't. I'm not that evil. I mean, I do have all the usual ones. And then the much lesser heard chord.wav to go with tada.wav. No one appreciates chord.wav. If anything, no one appreciates a good logon. They improve UPS of platforms? I think a little. The whole particle thing with the explosions is still a massive problem, though. The key, so the idea of the key is that it's meant to make sure only one platform loads biter eggs at a time. Could be a bit louder. Yeah, I try not to make them too loud. I think the levels are all on the wonky now. I mean, that one is also pretty quiet. Actually, what is it at? Yeah, this one's actually pretty quiet. NT4, that one. Because no one knows what NT4 is. Oh, that's actually dimmed a little. That's better. Huh, that one's actually really quiet. See, this one's at what, like 40%? Yeah, you don't want it that loud. We're doing it live, apparently. There we go. What do you ask?
Not happy, Jen!
That would probably help too.
Not happy, Jen!
Never heard NT4? It sounds so familiar. NT4 was the backbone of workstations. That was it was basically what you had. If you didn't have, like, if you were in a corporate environment before the year 2000, you had NT4 or NT3 351. I don't really remember that one. The pre NT4 looked basically identical to Windows 3.11. 3.5? 3.5? I don't remember. I think I have a copy of it though. I don't remember. Alright, so you have done your thing. The key collector is stuck again. This time the belt's overloaded for some reason. This is what happens when you take a knife to an existing platform and just sort of chop it up to suit. I actually still have it. Let's see. I gotta remember which button's which. Rebuild it, make it more narrow. Yeah, I mean, it already is narrower. It was... So, What I did was I took one of these platforms and then just chopped each end off. So, yeah, so like all this storage and most of that storage is gone. Like it doesn't, yeah, I could get rid of this here. Like it doesn't need a foundry to run all that. Let's see. Yeah, you'd be very familiar with this for any sort of uh, business PC in the 90s. I don't remember what the password is. As it shuts down. It's still shutting down, by the way. Like it's still going, even on a modern machine, it's still slowly shutting down. Like this was slow even back. Like this is about equivalent to what it took back in the day. I don't know why how it was exactly as slow as it used to be. Oh yeah, there is no what do they call it? ACPI, whatever it is. You have to physically turn the machine off. Oh, so the hack that applies to 95 and 98, where the Windows logon, you just press cancel, and it would just take you to the desktop anyway. You missed that color blue. What's hilarious is that who was it? The Linux copied it. Red Hat. Which one should I start with? Yes. I don't remember which one I've ever finished and isn't kind of terrible. Which one isn't terrible was the question. Is the real question. Which one have I actually finished and isn't just a meandering mess? Oh dear. I don't even think I finished the last 3. I didn't really finish the spaced out one. Ooh, that. Now you got me wondering, which one's a good one? Probably... I don't know... Let's see. I mean, I didn't even really finish the whole Timberborn thing. I should do that. Frosty Oh. Wow, that's like a year old. That's why, because I never actually finished the Frosty Planet stuff. Yeah, there's like 11 of the Frosty Planet, and then it just sort of tapers off. But they're not actually available. I should make those public. There's a K2 Megabase. That just dragged on. Factorio Extended Megabase. Evil genius. Oh, that's right. Those were all content flagged. 2021. Feels like a distant memory. Transport Fever. Gee, that went nowhere. Koala Stream's Timberborn demo. Hey, the Red Circuit MMO. I should see about doing another one of those. I'm just scrolling back to see what we got. Yeah, 2020 wow, is that seriously the last time I played Oxygen Not Included was 2020? Flash, how you doing? What are we at? 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm just scrolling through the video. I'm pretty sure there's probably some VODs, stream VODs of stuff earlier, but yeah, the 2020 one, spaced out, should be alright. There's only 7. Oh, it's because no one watched it. I have this thing where if it gets under 100 views, I sort of lose motivation to do anything about it. Oh, Hammerting. Factory Town. Oh, that was fun. Factory Town's such a weird game. For me. Yeah, so what I'll do on the weekend, I'll see about making up something for the Frosty Planet stuff for me, because apparently I did start uploading it. I just never finished it at the end of last year, apparently. So what I'll do is I'll clean up those. I might. You know what, I'll go to the effort of cleaning up the Timberborn stuff as well. Vanilla Megabase. More stupid. I remember that. K2. Other Vault Base. That was... I tried. Oh yeah, 2019 was a rail bus. I missed the rail bus. Yeah. Yeah, Hot Potato is probably the one you want to avoid. That was a dud. Alright, back on topic. Let's get the windows layered correctly. So yeah, I'll fix up the Frosty Planets VODs since they're mostly there. Yeah, maybe it's a matter of principle. I need to actually follow through on the Timberborn stuff and actually edit something down and get it through to the completion. I have this thing where I just physically can't sit down and process those videos. What the hell was I looking for? You. Now, I need to give you a key somehow. Not necessarily a secret. There's another memory to trigger you. What are you? 69 hatches. What a specific number. Doesn't hurt just putting it there. Bring it up to 70. Alright. You need that, and not to attach to that, so you don't shove Promethium here. I actually need all of that. Because it needs the logic to tell it that the thingy exists. Which is kind of important. There we go. Remove all that. Yeah, that goes... no. No. No, that's a damage. That's the enable. That's the final go. That's the checklist. Martin Luther. How you doing? Hello. Long time no see. Hope 2.1 brings away to display numbers. Either Nixie tubes or allowing display panel to use signal as a variable. Yeah, the way it is currently is a bit jank, isn't it? I mean, the display panels here, it's kind of nice, but it's jank still. And it can only display 0 to 9, like, you gotta make dividers and things to break it down. Yeah, don't you have a... I guess it doesn't matter. Import from Gleba. Yeah, sulfuric acid barrel, import from Gleba. Custom payload of 1. It's a step forward from making 7-segment displays with land. That is true, yes. That is actually an improvement. So I come to you. That one, yeah, it's got these two to tell it that the both thingies exist. So you need that. Uncommon battery signal greater than 0. So it'll deadlock if it doesn't... Yeah, see, this one throttles down correctly. The other one doesn't still. Not that it really needs it. I probably should turn it off. It just makes sure... I mean, if it gets to nervous without a thingy, then... yeah, you don't unload... Circuit condition... It can deadlock itself if it gets to nervous without it. Which isn't a bad thing. Yeah, circuit, battery greater than 0. Why are you here again? Ah. Because the abort. Yeah, circuit. Battery greater than 0. Did you need to... Yeah, you don't unload. Okay, so now the two platforms are gated at Gleba. They can't... They're going to form an orderly queue at Gleba to get their turn at Narvis. Egg Bell, ship able to support more than 4 cryoplants? No, even 4 is really pushing it. This is a bit overbuilt for what it is. Because it borrows from a Colonel Will design, this one. Mainly because I was sick of having biter eruptions. And so I needed some way of containing it. For all intents and purposes, this one is the same platform. The two directly attached cryos are equivalent to these 4. Like, it doesn't need 4 cryo plants. I basically redid this midsection when I redid this one. Ah, excellent. It's heading to Aquilo. Now, I came here for a oh yeah, that's right. Let's get back in the actual network. I wonder where the Tesla gun went. At some point I did make a Tesla gun. I probably dumped it on Fulgora. May have even been thrown in a recycle bin. Curious if there's a design that's faster than the 4 attached cryos I saw on Hobbit ship. Probably not. 4 direct is like, you'd have a lot coming in to do more. I think Will currently now has a mega platform that's even more stupid. But the cryo plants are not directly attached. You're not making legendary stuff. Because you're eating it all, apparently. Can you return that from whence it came? Oh, that's handy. Nervous needs to specifically request a legendary Tesla gun. How dare you? Hang on a minute. You're not requesting a legendary Tesla gun. Why is that not requesting? Well, why did that carry through? Did I put it in the wrong hole? Press post request. I think that's sort of become... one's become detached from the other. Requests. And request. Back to Nervous you go. Recommendation for legendary Fulgora materials, upcycling superclasses or breaking them or something else? I'm not actually sure yet. So Fulgora currently is supposed to be processing these things, EM plants, to make legendary holmium plate. And then apparently I was directly making supercapacitors from that. And the sticks, I don't remember. I think I was just brute forcing the sticks. Alright, back you go. I don't know why I want a legendary Tesla gun. Just another one of those things. Can we... Nope. I'm gonna request it. Oh, it didn't actually drop it. Right, so what's the difference between these two? Let's post request. That. Well, since you're a duplicate, delete it. Now it should drop. Never mind. I mean, it will if I force the issue. Now, let me catch up. So I might be able to be specific, but I'd love to be able to enable disable conditions, include and or operations. So you could say x and 31, and it would test if all bits in the variable x match and mask 31, and then do the same instead of test any bits matching. Nothing wrong with me. I want to extend the condition lamps, but oh well, new meta. Yeah, and it's also, yeah, admittedly that is in arithmetic combinators, but it is a faff to do that. Sometimes it's just too hard to be bothered. Spells do now is to filter color displays, lamps only react to dominant color signal, use RGB, and go completely over the top. Actually a funny thing with the lamps. Like for the military science, here, like these, use the color picker, but these, you have to use color components. Use color mapping, like here. It comes out grey. You can't tell if it's lit or not. Whereas if you... And even color mapping comes out bright, but if you use color components, then you get a completely different result. You get an even darker color. It's really strange, that. Yeah, when it turns off, it actually it effectively turns on because it's not absorbing light. You're currently using EM plans to get the legendary holmium. The only problem is that EM plans eat so many blue chips in concrete. Didn't test how good supercapacitors are. Supercapacitors might be a little easier. I think the problem with supercapacitors is it needs electrolyte, which needs more holmium. You're sort of deleting holmium in a way by processing them, which is a bit rough. For this one, the concrete and blue circuits isn't so much of a problem, I find, because... What are we at? I may have, yeah. Like, at least for my stage of the game, I can't comment on earlier stage of the game so much, but sort of end up swimming in blue circuits. It's just curious that it's not actually going. I don't know why it's not going. Probably because I put dumb conditions on it and I didn't really bother to do much more. I suppose it effectively also outputs other stuff. Could also turn on the recycle grinder. It's not a smart move, but it is a move. I mean, there's like 1.6 million holmium in the network here, so it wouldn't hurt to you know, knock it down a notch. Alright, do you still have Tesla ammo here? No. What is Tesla? Oh, balls. I'm gonna make Tesla ammo as well. You. There, you. Tesla ammo. But the productivity is massively increased on that recipe at plus 100. That is, yeah, it's true. You're getting multiple stages of productivity out of that. I don't know why I'm going to the trouble of doing all this. Just my idle curiosity, I guess. More faster, please. Oh yeah, Fulgora also runs entirely off lightning. That's actually perfectly stable now. I mean, it needs a lot of accumulators. It's only 42,000 legendary accumulators, but it does it. It quite comfortably does it. Alright, off to Fulgora with you. Yeah, just regular, yeah. I don't have the materials there to make legendary, and I don't think it actually. What does it do? It does increase the damage. It's actually a substantial increase in damage. Yeah, I don't have the. It's the supercapacitors and plastic. I can't. Strangely enough, I can do the supercapacitors, but I can't do the plastic. Of all things. Oh, apparently I could do the plastic. Never mind. Oh, well, too late now. I have to look into is it yeah, it's launching. Yeah. It's probably something that I really overlooked and I really shouldn't have is the legendary ammo. I kind of for the most part ignore it. DPS still though, yeah, it seems pretty weak. I'm just curious to see, now that I've given it like 20 levels of electric damage. I'm not holding my breath though. What are you waiting for? You have the key. You're flight locked. That's why. There we go. You dingbats. Yeah, you're meant to be and. Okay, I got that bit wrong. And that. I guess it's dumped it anyway, so it's fine. Actually get the... No! What? Why did you skip loading? Probably that. This controller is still very jank. Oh, the key carrier's doing his job. Yeah, it's just Promethium. That's what I was looking at before. Ooh. Also... Oh, you've already done a lap anyway. Okay. I was gonna pull it back to Narva's, but yeah, it's already done everything. Could do more electric damage. I mean, that's got to get to 30. I'd like to get that done. I want to try and get as much as done as possible today to try and round out the map. I mean, it's basically there. The productivities are nearly maxed out. The research prod, I'd like to get one more level of research prod to say that we got over the line at 2 million. really bad for Soldier. Even Legendary Panel gives like... Yeah, Aquilo, you're basically locked into Fusion no matter what. You got no choice, really. You need Fusion. The annoying thing is you actually need Solar to kickstart it. Something that I also need to think about is quality Fulgora packs. I've been thinking about Gleba packs, which is annoying. I think that... So the original way I was thinking to do it was just recycle grind the raw input. But I'm thinking it's probably better overall just to process or loop bioflux. Since at the end of the day, these things, they take in nutrients to power them of any type. And fundamentally, the science needs bioflux. So this thing, all I need to do is seed it with uncommon eggs. If I want to do uncommon science, I probably will do uncommon science. It needs uncommon nutrients. Water doesn't care. And this nutrients can actually be regular quality. So it can be, I can have like a belt of uncommon bioflux. That can go in there. Uncommon bioflux can be turned into uncommon nutrients, which powers this thing. Still have to craft your first fusion reactor. I'll have to go with a common reactor for Aquilo and a legendary reactor for the Prometheum ship. Yeah, generally you'll be on common stuff for a while, I found. At least when I did it. Getting the quality stuff took a really long time. It just... By virtue of the sheer number of parts this thing needs, it just takes a long time. Like... The platform that brings the stuff to Aquilo is always busy. Yes, that's all the crap that it brings. So why don't you use holmium? Is it you? I don't remember. No, you use carbon fiber though, that's right. Yeah. These things, these were actually one of the last things I made, the personal fusion reactor. They were really annoying to make. Cryoplants was actually really easy to make, if anything. They came out pretty quick. I had Rare and Epic pretty soon after getting them. Like, what do you have? Yeah, Epic. And Rare and Epic, apparently. Yeah, it's used in lithium processing. There is actually there's a one here that uses legendary holmium to make legendary lithium. No idea what for, what purpose it serves. I don't appear to have got my Tesla ammo that I demanded. Because you should be requesting them. Supposedly. Oh, that's why. Dear. I know you're halfway to Aquilo, but can you go back to Narvis for me, please? Quick set a trash inserter, orbit each greater than 20 or something. Had to filter. Comes back to, I think that sounds like it comes back to the conditional orders thing. 30k legendary carbon fiber and storage. I made an upgrade. I've added a tool belt, assembly machines, and now I've got like 1 to 3k carbon fiber. That's pretty solid. Probably the thing that I didn't do with my legendary carbon fiber that I need to do in the future is grind tool belts. Arguably, turrets is better, but tool belts is easier. It doesn't need much. Like, it needs a few red circuits, but meh. Like, you can just chuck them in the bin when you get too many of them. And it basically, it arguably becomes another source of red circuits with enough of these things. How many assembly machines are you running to get 1,200 a minute, though? That'd be a lot of assembly. There's like 50 or 60 assembly machines. Yeah, tool belts are much cheaper, much better. And yeah, everything comes from Gleba, which is also a plus. I think when the stack inserters gets going, it's it needs like 2,000 bulk inserters a minute. My stack inserter production is limited by bulk inserter production, which is honestly absurd. Yeah, it'd have to be like 60-something machines or something for that sort of numbers, I imagine. Or am I overestimating? 42 assembly, okay. The sphere keeps growing. Hasn't hit the edge yet. This is what the enemy expansion chunks is for. So I can see when it's generated chunks with enemies in them. 12 minutes. And you're returning. How about you? 'Cause you only took a half load for some reason. It's interesting. The thing that's really interesting about that is that it... A greater than 270. How come it never... Like, it got the full amount before, previously. I wonder if it was a delayed launch. Uh-oh. If it was a delayed launch... do you have biter eggs floating about? No. Good. Yeah, that'd be worried there for a moment. I was like, hang on, if there was a delayed launch, that means eggs failed. Alright, you're getting your token. Oh, actually, when the inserter's flipping these, it'll buzz this signal. And the A will blip for like a tick or two. I should make that equal to 2. 1. So it only unloads when it's leaving Gleber. 64 car train, next run. You have them bidirectional or unidirectional? Probably bidirectional. A mix of locos? I don't know, actually. That's something I need to think about, because, yeah, I could break it up into blocks of, you know, like 16. But I probably would do the maybe do the bidirectional. I did do unidirectional single-headed with the last rail bus. Legendary stack inserters do I have? I could look at the all-time production. 36,000 distributed around various places. This thing probably has like 500. Yeah, it has 500. There's 2,000 on Gleber. So I think 2,000 was the production lip target. Or something of that nature. 1,000. Yeah, as I say, I haven't thought about it yet. I haven't figured it out yet. Because as I say, the last rail bus I did do single-headed. And it may be justifiable in that case because it's like 16 locos for that, I think. I need to do some acceleration tests. Let's see what minimum I can get away with. Because if it scales like it does with you're launching. You're supposed to be launching, yes. You stuck again, yes. How is that belt backed up again? It's almost to the point where I need to just delete this platform and start over. At the very least, get rid of that stupid iron ore. At least some of it. Okay, you done that. Do you not have access to calcite? No, you don't have access to calcite now. How? How is something that's never had a problem in its life suddenly now having problems? Oh dear, I don't know. What are you at? 43,000. I'll let it do a full run. Neither of those matter. Now I've completely forgotten what I was doing. You doing... See that? Failed launch. That's failed launch as well. Yeah, you only have a half load. Okay, so the key is conflicting with the old orders. I'm just going to drop that. Like, in theory, it should be dependent on the key, but it's causing issues. I might as well make its logic independent of the key. Or both keys, really. There's the key for... I haven't specifically called it out, but there is actually a second key, which is the legendary lubricant barrel, and that's what allows the biters to launch. And it stops them requesting them out of sequence. And so yeah, there's a legendary lubricant barrel, and when it's ready to launch, it drops it on the belt. And so it only lets the biters launch when it wants biters and a lubricant barrel, a legendary lubricant barrel. It's funny because that one's been working fine. It's just adding this second token, this second key, that's been a problem. Hey, I got test ammo now. That was a long time for a completely pointless exercise. Which way we go? Just keep going this way. Yeah, basically straight across. They should all be in... Yeah, they're just on the edge of pollution. It's amazing that this pollution's slowly been engulfing this island, which was typically well out of pollution. That's still pretty disappointing. I mean, it's wrecking the, yeah, I reckon it's not doing much to biter bases. But it is damaging the non-behemoths. Like, it does seem to be doing a lot to the non-behemoths. Behemoths, being behemoths, just don't care about anything. They just shrug off everything. Took a few hours. Design equivalent ship. I think for Promethean ship it's going to be a few dozen hours. To design a Promethean ship. Yeah, mine took weeks to design. It doesn't necessarily directly translate to how long it'll take you. It's just that I spent a very long time designing it. It probably took like 6 weeks to design, off and on. Thing is, though, I did it in stages. So, like, I did the factory part separate. Like, I didn't try to do all at once. Mainly because the first one was so terrible. Like, the current one is... what would it be? It says B2, but it's only of that particular design. As far as actual Promethean platforms go, it's like the 5th one that I made. The ones that came before it was so bad. I'll show you a few things that will make life easier. I just want to use up these thingies first. These thingies being the destroyer capsule. Assuming the biters don't eat them all. It's one downside. If you let them stop, they just get all munched. Everything's overkill on your ship. Craft up to 30 rockets a second. Yeah, that was the big thing for me, was I was never crafting enough ammo. I was always running short on rockets. Arguably rocket damage helps a lot with that. I don't actually remember if I do explosive rockets or not. I need to remind myself. Railgun ammo was alright for mine. Yeah. One of the things I dropped was bullets. So I used to have gun turrets, but fairly early on, like, it was so... The logistics was so complicated, I was like, you know what, I'm just going to do lasers, brute force it with lasers. And that was one of the first things I did with the platform, was develop a front end. Yeah, before doing the factory, I did a front end that was able to survive. And yeah, after having many failed ones using gun turrets, I changed it to laser turrets. And I figured out a combo that worked for that. Yeah, then I did the factory, then I did the Prometheum. And then I did the Prometheum storage. Once I had the working factory. So I just kept extending the platform to make room for more and more storage. Yeah, at one point I had a Prometheum platform that collected Prometheum, but it had like infinity chests supplying the rockets and the railgun ammo. Infinity, the infinite power thing. Oh, they ate them all again. Oh, I left some behind. Alrighty. Let's see. Yeah, it was like I did this, but then none of the factory behind it. Then I did the factory. Then I did so it could actually survive. Then I did the Prometheum stuff. It's still going. Oh, it's about to run out. I think the big thing that I was... yeah, I did do explosive rockets. The big thing was I wasn't committing to all legendary at first. That was more costly than it was worth. You just got to go legendary everything. Yeah, one of the big things that that I had to come to terms with was that your Promethium collectors, all of your collectors at the front, need to be Promethium collectors, and you need as many as you can have. I'm still losing out on the corners. Always lose on the corners. A big bunch of them in the corner here doesn't hurt. The collectors that collect for everything else, there's 4 of them total, 2 on each side. And there and there. They actually stick out too far, so if I narrowed them down, that would actually help this platform and maybe make it run a little faster. And even then, I'd probably only need 1 on either side. I don't need 2. I did a bit of loopy-doopy on the belting here and probably doesn't need to be done. But yeah, you don't need much in the way of supplies. It just grabs so much stuff. But yeah, build it piece by piece, and do. I think that is actually a decent way to go, is to just build it piece by piece. Figure out how each component works, and get it working right. And then move on to the next component. Breaking it down like that did help develop this. I mean, it did still take forever, but it just made the job easier. Because you just focused on one thing. You're not like, oh, I got to do this, then oh, I got to do this, then oh, I got to do this. It just becomes less overwhelming. Actually, should do something about that too. Have enough damage to 2-shot asteroids for a 1-shot. I need like a lot more SPM to reach it. What is it to get to 2 hits? It's like 26, isn't it? Or is that for one-shotting? I forget. I have this sinking feeling that I might not be able to get to... oh, you're at damage 15. Okay, 15, 16 was 2-shotting. 22 must have been 1-shotting then. Or somewhere around there. It's kind of funny that it's not really that unachievable. Well, speaking of UPS drains... Hello, nuclear. Legendary nuclear. Alright, back to railgun. Tesla gun can go. Ah, there it is. The magic pattern, there it is. The giant X, which means it's burning what used to be agricultural science. 23 and 31. There you go. I knew it was like around 24 for one of them. But yeah, 31 is pretty high. Let's try and see what we got for Prometheum. A little tickle of Prometheum. Could try and bump that forward again. I don't think it's going to happen today somehow. Sadly. Unless these show up soon. Well, you're on your return journey. You're out of biters. I mean, I'm half tempted to make this one turn around. Yeah, because yeah, that change upset these things and made them take half loads. Yeah, you've only been in for 8 minutes and you've already used up all your biter eggs. Well, you got less than less load. That's why, because this thing has only 70, 60, 70 hatches. It doesn't have 120. Entire nervous base is solar power with 350k legendary solar panels. Yeah, it shouldn't be that hard to do. I just never bothered. I mean, I did it to Vulcanus. It actually needs more, look at it go. It actually needs more storage. I just couldn't be bothered, really. Like, it needs... Get rid of, like, 3 of these, lots of solar panels, and just turn them into accumulators. I was just being lazy. I mean, Vulcanus is done anyway. I think Gleb is the only one that's running on Fusion. And it's actually gone down. Yeah, it doesn't need more than 3 gigs. So I could actually put the old Fusion back again and reduce this down because it just doesn't need to be here. What's that? It's nothing now. Ah, there you go. Yeah, 3 instead of 8. And I can put even more efficiency modules in. It doesn't need... Oh... Your max consumption, I think, is already... Like, it's minus 80% already. So I don't think it'll do anything. Well, I know it won't do anything. Because, yeah, it's 80%. The only thing it would do beyond that is decrease pollution, but there's no pollution on Glebber. I mean, yes, there's spores, but not pollution. So the efficiency module, more efficiency modules won't do anything. Actually, what do you need for legendary of these? It's not unachievable. It's not a today me problem though. Go back to 34 minutes. What's your storage look like? You know what? Come back home. I mean, the storage is not full, but I think it's full enough. The blue and the yellow are full. It should hopefully get most of the way there. What is it actually? It's 38%. Yes, I actually do that. Or at least yeah, oh. There's a few of them doing it. Yeah, it lowers the nutrients consumption because it, you know, it's energy consumption's nutrients, so might as well. I don't think this build makes as much use of it as the old one did. It was like 8 beacons, but 12 beacons, and the 10th to 12th beacon were efficiency modules. I think it's like that one is meant to be an efficiency beacon. These need to run at full as fast as physically possible. But yeah, it's like I think these ones here are meant to be efficiency. It's a very powerful one too, because reducing the nutrients consumption, like this is using 2 nutrients a second. I think that is nearly 8 megawatts. 4 nutrients a second. I stand corrected. And so, you know, by reducing the consumption, it's less inserter activity, less... It has a very immediate effect on performance. Especially when you're making like 200,000... or 305,000 when it peaks, and then it settles down to 250,000. You're full. You nearly full. Well, 62%. And it's got 250k to go. I think it'll be okay. Also makes it slower. I hadn't seen that. What would make, actually, where we want to be here. Grab you. Do a side by side. You, sure, whatever. Sneeze again. Craft speed hasn't changed. Let's put nutrients in it. Okay, yeah. So even if it doesn't show it, it is having an effect. Interesting. I'll have to try that later. I don't want to do it now. What are you up to? 80%. Okay, you're filling that one up. That one now. Oh yeah, that's actually a good point. As I should actually add the beacons as well. I was sort of expecting it to have an effect. Hey, that one doesn't. Still 36.25. Quality goes down naturally. There you go. There it is. Isn't it? 4 beacons. Interesting. So why... 48.9. That makes no sense. It's got the same speed, but it did the correct number before. I suppose I did have that. I wonder if it's productivity related. Productivity was the... what I added. I don't know. See now, but both back to 26, 20. Yeah, that is odd. Oh, you're at 0. That is very interesting. It's possible it's showing the wrong numbers as well. Yeah, oh, yeah. That's a good point. So if I do that, then they'll, yeah, yep, it's correct. Yeah, see, now they're back in line because it's even number of beacon coverage. Yep. That makes sense. It's not the efficiency module, it's the... That's why I was confused. I was like, had to be something. Either it was a bug and it's wrong, but yeah. Yep. The beacon efficiency. They're almost going to come in at the same time. Yeah. Because of the mismatched coverage. That's why I never seen it before, because normally I have a consistent coverage across all machines. Like, I don't normally deliberately mismatch them like that. Yeah, there. For every increase in the beacon, the effect diminishes. Unless it's legendary, then it's basically the line is so big that it doesn't matter. Basically, 9 beacons for normal quality. 8 or 9 is as high as you want to go. It just plateaus. Whereas this one, it stays fairly vertical, so you can get all the way to maximum. I mean, you never get beyond 16, so like that's the before that is the slope you get. And you see, it's still rising pretty well. So it's 1,000 to 968 to 935 to 900. Like getting to 12 to 14 for machines that support it. I mean, most of them only go up to 12, even then. Yeah, you always want well, with legend, if you want maximum UPS, you're going to be on legendary, and so because of the angle of the slope, there's no reason not to. If you're on normal, you don't really want to go much beyond, I think 9. I think they calculate out to 450, 474, 497. It's just diminishing returns. It's still better, but you want to be on quality because you're just at a higher. You're at a higher level, a higher baseline. I didn't really finish that. Yeah, I sort of blanked out about the beacon efficiency as well, because yeah, I've been in legendary beacons for so long, we sort of don't notice it, but it is a thing. And actually, the beacon efficiency thing means efficiency modules in beacons have a noticeable effect and do actually reduce. I think they do actually reduce energy now. I'd have to check that again. Whereas previously, it would use more power than what you originally had in 1.1 without beacons. So, like the act of adding beacons, even though the efficiency modules in the beacon and the efficiency modules in the beacon reduce the power of the targets, but no target under coverage came out less than no efficiency beacons at all, which was hilarious. Because the beacon's 480 kilowatts or whatever it is, 480? Yeah, 480. Always made the efficiency beacons worse. And all you were doing was having it's kind of like a pollution exchange system. So if you efficiency beaconed like assembly machines, you're effectively taking its pollution and putting it over at your power plant, assuming you're burning coal or something. I mean, admittedly, this was done pre-nuclear, so it made sense when this was done. Having said that, though, you're still generating pollution by producing the nuclear stuff. The only way you're really negating it is by solar, and in the end, you're just making more work for yourself by forcing you to have more solar. Just a hilarious little tangent. So I'm just kind of idling, waiting for this lot to show back up. Yeah, you got maxed out. You 100%? Yeah, you're 100%. And it's about to leave as well. About to leave the edge. I was about to get back to the edge. How full did it actually get? Ah, full. Full. You know it's full when all the way back here is full as well. Like when these inserters get full, it's full. Or these collectors get full. Like this thing sees almost no promethium, so when it sees promethium, it was grabbing. Quality beacons, yeah, better distribution efficiency, and also the efficiency modules goes from -50 to -100. Yeah, the better quality efficiency modules. It's just 2.0 updates and quality in general just make efficiency modules worthwhile now. They make it a legitimate contender to think about. I think it was when I first started looking at the Prometheum, not Prometheum, I'm looking at Prometheum now. When I started looking at the Gleber stuff, I realized how powerful efficiency was on Gleber. And you can see it on the platforms, as in particular. I mean, that was what it was designed around, was so you could put efficiency beacon around all of your buildings on the platform to really squeeze as much power out of it as possible. So what do you have? 180,000, and you have 180,000, because it basically received the same. It's interesting that even one received 60. I think the other one only received 53. Whatever 70 hatches is, 35,000 something. One, two, three, 4 million science a minute with common items. It would be impossible without a supercomputer. Yeah, it sort of gets into the point where it's not really possible at all. Because it all relies on everything being... This goes into the fundamentals of how a CPU works, and it sort of depends on like the cache inside the CPU, you know, and the registers being physically at the CPU, and all of the different workloads being right there. Whereas a supercomputer, you know, it's network nodes of some kind, or fiber channel, whatever. You know, it's a high-speed link, but it's nowhere near as fast as vias on a die of a CPU. It's actually funny you say that, because I looked at my one of my oldest saves, and it only needs like 4 or 6 assembly machines for red science to do the equivalent in legendary. Like, the base shrinks down to nothing. It's crazy. Why don't you have a key? What if... Oh, there's the heavy oil barrel. You don't have it. I bet you have it. No? Nope. E-carrier. E-carrier. Yep. As soon as I realized, had to be. Oh, you're out of... That's crap again. They're both going to be stopped at Gleber at this point, at this rate. I think this thing needs to be turned into a laser pointer. Like, it doesn't need to be anything, this platform. There you go. That's a minute away. Hey! Last in, first out. The system works. I mean, they're waiting at Gleber now. Suppose temporarily, you could do that. Why don't you want to send them up? Or trying to. Just waiting for all the bots to come online. Or come into the network. Into the close part of the network. Yeah, it's just not equipped for it. There it goes. Yeah, the level of optimization's wild. Oh, I made them both dependent on it. Nope. Stop that. Did I kick off the hang on, where is it? The sulfur barrel. Oh no, you have it. You still have it. Or you still have it. Yeah, I forgot that if I change that, it changes for both. I mean, it doesn't hurt. I mean, it's got a little bit extra. It's still 2D, but yeah, it's still impressive. I mean, the tile grid does help it. Make it cell-based. Makes it easier to map things out in memory than 3D. Alright, you're receiving that. I just want to see this thing actually run. Oh, no. I suppose it's done one. I need to actually end. I just realized what the time is. No, we're going to actually end. So, I'm going to end it there. Oh, I thought it was half an hour ago. No, it's not. I need to get out of here. So, thank you for watching, hanging out. Appreciate you all being here. I gotta run. So, let's see who's on. At least as far as Twitch goes. Or it's going to do that thing where it doesn't load. There it goes. It's the other truth of Factorio is that you always end up with, where did time go? Let's go say hi to FG. I haven't said hi to FG in ages. Just doing some RimWorld. Let's go check out that. I think that's the new the new RimWorld DLC. So let's go say hi to FG Squared. Blam. So grab one of those raid missions. Go chuck him in their chat when we go raid, and do say hi. Known FG for ages. Great streamer. And yeah, other than that, thank you all much for being here, watching, hanging out, all that good stuff. Appreciate you as always, and I'll see you next time.